Alrighty, welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. Can someone give me a summary as to what happened last time?
Nope.
I see that.
Well, I went and met Aurelian Soul, which was pretty cool. I got a lot of money, and then I bought a Hydra studded leather armor and a mithril rapier, and then we went back, and then we came to the city where the Archmagus was last seen. We ran into the Green Rider,
Yeah.
which was pretty funny. He was chill.
Oh, so we don't dislike him anymore? He's nice and chill and cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's exactly what I think. And then what is it? We went into where the Archmagus was staying, and then Tangy was there, and we almost killed him. And then we interrogated him for a while,
About 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So specifically, like exactly where we left off is you guys just snuck out of the landlord's house. Tiberius cast invisibility on himself. He's like, I should hold one of your hands. And you guys are like, why? And he's like, oh, so I don't sneak away? And you're like, oh yeah, that's a good point. And so he ended up holding, I think it was Corvus's hand. I'm pretty sure it was Corvus. Yeah. And the five of you exited out of the manor. Once you get onto the street, you go to a nearby alleyway. Tiberius drops his invisibility, and now, what do we do? It's late in the day, because you got here a little bit after noon, and then you went through all that, 2 hours of interrogation, so it's now early evening, and we're here in the city of Lubel on the plains, allied to Mythosia, but not the Mythosian Empire, very importantly. What do we do now?
What time is it, you say?
Early evening.
Early evening. I'm gonna find a place to stay for the night.
Cool. Are we looking for like a tavern, an inn? Do we want to go speak to the Chancellor to ask for like more official diplomatic accommodations?
I think just an inn is fine.
Okay. Now, who here speaks to Brashen?
Me.
Let me rephrase this. Who doesn't speak to Brashen? That's the yeah. Does anyone here not speak to Brashen? That is
I don't speak to Brashen.
Super funny, and I get why that would be the case. That is hilarious, though, because you're
like
on the plains. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
This before in the past, yeah.
Yeah, that's very funny. So yeah, everyone in the party minus Grania can basically navigate this city with ease, because in Mythdosia, signage is typically writing system agnostic. Primarily because of the fact that, as you all know, Mythdosia is very cosmopolitan. Despite the fact that they talk about, one god and one culture and one empire, a lot of different types of people live in Mythdosia and use a lot of different writing systems. And so if you used Mythos to like label your shop or something, people aren't going to be able to read it. So here, though, in Tabrash, in the city of Lubel, that is not a problem. So almost every single shop doesn't actually have like a sign out front. It's just the text name of the shop. So that leads to you having to look a little bit longer because you can't just see like, oh, that's a thing of ale. That's probably a place that has a place to stay. Instead, you have to actually look for like signs and go in and talk to people. And what you'll find is that in Lubel, they don't have like mixed accommodations where like it's a place that you stay and you also get food and you also drink. Instead, they have basically bed and breakfast type things where they're not like a tavern. They don't really have taverns in that sense. They have ale houses, which are one thing, and then they also have bed and breakfasts. So there's not like, unlike in Mythdosia, every time in a Mythosian city when you guys say where you want to stay, I'm like, how much do you want to pay? Like a gold a night or something like that. Here, it's basically just whose house you want to stay at, because that's essentially what bed and breakfasts are. So the way that I'm going to phrase it now is, how close do you want to be to the prince's palace? Because the closer you get, the more it costs. If you want to be in the outskirts of the city, you can pay 1 pent per person.
I guess middle, so however much an electrum will get me.
Sure, that'll get you next to the prince's palace.
Okay.
Yeah, so you notice that, yeah, as you look at prices around here, it's really cheap. It's like shockingly cheap. Gold a night in Mythdosia, you're like, yeah, that's a reasonable price. That's $1,000 a night, though. Here, $100 a night is the nicest place on offer. So yeah, an electrum per person will get you a stay at a longhouse near the prince's palace. A silver will put you in the sort of so again, unlike an imperial city, there's no like clearly defined wards and districts, so you just kind of have to look around to see what is in the area. A silver will put you in an area near craftsman shops and things like that. Basically, like maybe the manufacturing ward of the city, though they don't have like official designations.
I don't know. Wherever you guys would prefer. Tiberius. Where have you been staying?
I've been staying at some of the inns. I've been collecting money through my music in a few places. But I've had much worse places to sleep in the past.
Any places that you need to avoid?
No, I haven't made enemies in a while. It's only when I first came onto into the Boglands that people were attacking me for no reason.
Well, I was just going off of the fact that bards tend to make enemies just with their, how do you say, their glamour. People get
You haven't slept with the prince's daughter, have you?
Yeah, stuff like that.
I try to stay away from prince's daughters wherever I can.
Okay, a bard with some sense, that's good.
So, we find some accommodations near the prince's palace that'll cost an electrum a night. And who's coughing it up? Who's paying 5 electrum?
Well, I could pay for myself, but I don't have any gold on me.
Well, this whole trip is going to cost less than 1 gold, so it doesn't. That is irrelevant.
Can I drop 1 gold and just pay for all of us for the whole time?
Well, that's doubling.
Is that allowed?
You're paying for 2 nights, and you got. I mean, if you want to, you can pay more. Yeah,
we're
of
not
course.
staying for longer.
I thought you were just staying a night. Is there a reason why you'd stay more than 1?
What about like stable accommodation? Is that already included in the price?
No. I forgot that you guys had horses. That's a good point. Yeah, then a gold would be good for the whole party.
Okay, I'll just drop a gold for everybody.
Great. Tiberius, I don't believe you have a horse, right? It's not like recorded on your sheet or anything.
No.
Yeah, that would make sense. I don't think horses would be super comfortable around you.
Huh?
Okay, cool. So you guys set up at that accommodation. As you are getting comfortable in your rooms and eating like a late dinner provided to you by your host, out at the front, because the place you're staying is a longhouse. So picture one giant room with cloth partitions. So it's not like separate rooms or anything. And out near the front of this large longhouse, you can hear a conversation between your host and someone else. And the host will make his way. He'll kind of push open the cloth partition to your room, Primius, and he'll say, "There's a courier who's brought a message for you, judges."
I'll nod.
You need to
Is
go
it
speak
here?
with him. I can't. He said it was only to be delivered to the judges themselves.
Understand. Thank you for your time.
Your
I'll
host
go
will
down.
head back out, and you push aside the cloth to your little partition. You walk out through the main longhouse. You walk past your host, who sits down next to a central fire pit, and you head to the entrance. The man here is dressed quite brightly in his house colors, those being green and brown, and he'll give you a bow and say, "Lord Judge, I'm here to extend a personal dinner invitation from Chancellor Misko Boli."
Thank you. Is that the letter in his hand, or is
There's no
that
letter.
just it?
Yeah, he just spoke it.
Wait, Misko Boli, isn't that the guy whose ship we robbed?
No, he's the guy who you delivered it to.
Oh, right.
I'll give word to the rest of the judges, and we'll be on our way.
Do you know your way to the prince's estate? Or the chancellor's estate?
Remind me.
Well, I can just wait outside and guide you over. In fact, since you're staying here, it's just a couple of streets over.
Very nice. I'll get my judges then.
He nods, and you kind of leave the doorway, walk back to the cloth partitions. You've obviously met the Chancellor twice before, but this is like a kind of formal dinner invitation. Are you gonna? You don't have formal wear to even put on, right?
Nope.
Cool. Well then, yeah. How do you bring your fellow judges and Tiberius along? Or what are you doing with Tiberius? Is he invited as well?
Well, I gotta keep an eye on him, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
We're inviting this guy to meet with the Chancellor.
Would you
We
rather...
can-
Doesn't that seem a bit, what if he does something?
Either that or somebody stays behind to watch him. Just in case.
Okay, out of character, I just wanted Tangy to be there and not be left out.
You can leave him out. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to be like the entire session or something.
Fair enough.
Focus on what your character is going to do.
Alright, yeah. Minus Tangy then.
Okay.
Minus Tiberius.
Sure. So no one's
I think
going to
we
watch
should
him?
bring him along if nobody's gonna watch him. We can just say he's like, we're just bringing him as like entertainment. He's a bard after all. Assuming he's okay with playing.
Who's Nolan?
worry
I
about it.
can. I could play some instruments if needed be.
No.
I would need my my flute
Oh.
back though. I know that was taken from me.
Correct. Zenius has your flute and your pan flute.
Oh. Maybe he does stay behind him.
So, what do we want to do? Do we return Tiberius's instruments and bring them with us? Do we leave him here with someone guarding him? What's the plan?
Wait, what about his
Why
instruments?
you still trust him?
Yeah.
Blake said, let's just bring him. What'd you say, Yogi?
I was wondering why the instruments came up.
Well, because they
Oh, 'cause
wanted
I thought,
him to
like, if
perform.
they're wondering why we're bringing him, we can say you're bringing him because he's the bard. And it'd be kind of weird for us to bring a bard, the bard not to have his instrument.
I only have 2. He's got more.
It's true.
Oh.
He's most proficient in those two, though.
Well, unfortunate.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure I trust him to have his magical instruments in front of a important political figure.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we're bringing him along then. Is anyone getting dressed in formal wear? Actually, let me rephrase that. What are you guys wearing? Can you just briefly describe what you'll be wearing as we attend this dinner?
Does
with
anyone
the
tell Grania
Chancellor.
what we're doing?
I think Primius made it clear, like, what the invitation was to meet with Chancellor Boli, second most powerful person in the Principality, servant of the Prince.
Yeah,
Wait.
I'll wear my Sedalian fine clothes then.
Cool.
Tiberius, you say your most proficient instrument is a flute, right?
Yes, the magic flute that you took off my hands.
But you can play a regular flute otherwise, right?
Yes, and I have some bagpipes as well.
Well, how about you play this for the night? It should make quite the impression. And now, part of my saddlebags, I have a crystal flute.
Yeah. Zenius, you of course recognize it as the one stolen from the vaults of Dolno.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, Tiberius, this... Not only is this impressive, Tiberius, I feel the need to further contextualize it because of how crazy it would be for you to see this. Almost everything you've seen in your entire life has been constructed from organic products, mostly being trees, almost entirely. Like, prior to your journey to the Boglands, you'd never worn anything that wasn't made out of trees or, like, a couple furs in your life. And what you see here is, one, crystal, which you just don't work with ever, and then this material that you've never even seen worked has been worked into the shape of a flute, which is an incredibly precise musical instrument. And you do a couple test blows, it sounds very good, very clean and like ringing. it's an incredible piece of craftsmanship, enough that I think it would probably even slightly change your perspective of what these mortals have been up to, because it's incredible.
Oh my, who made this piece?
I'm sorry to say, I don't know. I acquired it not directly from the person who made it.
The craftsmanship is impeccable. I'd be honored
I'll
to play it.
Now I'm worried. Is this instrument unique enough that, like, if somebody saw it, they'd be like, "Oh, well, that's the flute that was stolen"?
Yeah, I
immediately?
mean, so how many crystal flutes have you guys seen in the campaign so far?
Yeah, but the thing is,
0.
how many people know about a crystal flute and some random?
Yeah, that is the
landmarks?
real question, and more importantly, who even knows that a random crystal flute is missing from Dolno? That's the
Exactly.
better question. Yeah. Now, is it unique? Yes, absolutely. And if the person who owned it, was here in the building, like the guy who owned it in Dolno, then yes, obviously he's going to
I'm
recognize
sure that
it.
the
I will
maybe
also
maybe
point
the
out-
flute didn't make it, but people know.
I will also
that
point
got
out that
robbed
regardless
somehow,
of if the person here that owned it, it still could drum up some talk that could then come back to us later.
True, but also they're traitors and they're fighting Mithdosica, so fuck them, right? I mean, we're talking about Dolno, right?
Oh.
Well, the place that the flute was stolen from is Dolno, Lubelskie, which is currently an enemy of Mithdosica. So even if someone is like, "Oh, you stole that," it's like, okay, and like problem.
Yeah. If anybody asks you, Tiberius, where you got it, just say you found it.
Well, that's basically what I've told you about everything that I own.
Yeah. Just say the same things you would say for something you own, I guess.
Thank you.
All right. So to loop back, Grania is in Sedalian fine clothes for this meeting. She, gets her hair nice and combed. She gets proper looking. Corvus, what are you wearing?
I'm gonna. Is there like a? Obviously, there's not a dry cleaner. That's not a thing.
There's
but
steam
like-
cleaning, because you can just steam it by getting boiling water and then steaming the clothing and then flattening it out. But that takes longer than you have.
Does it?
Correct. Yeah, because you need to dry it, which
Why?
would, because you
No,
need to.
I can use prestidigitation to do it.
Oh shit! We're using magic for laundry, Pog. Yeah, with prestidigitation, yeah, you can get this done real quick. You can have your host, one of his servants, because he's a wealthy landlord. One of his servants will steam your garment by steaming, boiling water and then steaming it, and then you can just walk over, prestidigitation, boom, and your Imperial Battle Wizard robes, which have been getting, we'll call it rough, over the last 3 or 4 months of adventuring, however long you've been in the party. Immediately they are made immaculate. These bright, I think it's red robes, marking, oh yeah, it is red because your evocation, yeah. These bright red robes marking your position as a graduate of the Imperial School of Battle Wizardry.
Corvus, I need you to do that to me too.
To steam clean clothes, do you need any special instruments?
To steam clean clothes.
Like, obviously you need boiling water, but do you need like a special setup, or can you just use a metal what do you call it, cauldron? to
Oh
heat it
yeah,
up?
you can just do that. I mean, if you want to be really fancy, like modern steam cleaning, there's a pressure element involved, but that's not necessary to get the
Yeah, I'm
cleaning
basically
aspect
wondering
of
if
it.
I can do this. If I can do this for all of us.
Yeah, you could do it for the whole
without,
party. Yeah.
Yeah, so anybody who wants it, I'll offer. I can basically do this on my own because I don't want to. Basically, I think it might be slightly embarrassing to tell the host we need to clean our clothes at your place. That's kind of weird.
I mean, that's his job. Because when I say host, I mean you're the guy you're paying to stay at his house, not the chancellor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought about the chancellor.
No, you're not going to the chancellor's house and be like, "Hey, can we clean our clothes at your house?"
Yeah. Okay.
You're the person who you're renting a partition from. Yeah, he'll provide you with a cauldron. You can, and then he also gives you guys hot, basically irons, which you use to pleat out your clothing. You get nice and cleaned up. Tiberius doesn't need that, but I think everyone else does. Actually, everyone else definitely does, because before this you were in the bramble patch for a week.
But also, I'd like to use prestidigitation to basically as perfume.
Yeah, I think that is explicitly one of the features. So for the next hour, there will be a slight, floral scent to your clothes and Grania's clothes.
Yeah, and then of course I'll shave for anybody else who needs to shave my razor knife, and I'll check if it probably needs to be maintained a bit.
Yeah, so yeah, you have you maintain a very well-groomed beard, so you do that. For Zednius, he doesn't grow much hair to begin with, but what little hair is there, you can dispatch of. Primus,
I
what
don't
would you...
think I'd let him.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little afraid of him trying to steal.
Oh no,
my hair.
Yeah, no, I would.
All right.
I just offered to him to use the razor.
Oh, to use it. Okay, yeah, I would.
He slits his
yeah.
Zednius' throat in front of all of us.
No, it's a reasonable fear of someone like a witch getting your hair and then divinationing you. That is a fair concern.
Yeah, especially since he
and I can
knows I can.
prestidigitize myself.
Yeah, you get rid of the couple little wisps of hair on your chin. You clean up your clothes. What are you wearing? What's the Zednius drip?
Let's see. I did buy those new Tabrashan clothes, so if I want to fit in, I could wear those.
Yeah,
maybe.
if you want. Yeah, do you want to? You could be fully dripped out. You could have a fur draped over your.
Sure.
Okay, you have a fur draped over your shoulders. You have like dark
and I'm gonna
brown
be
garments.
Small sized, because I don't want them to be like, why? Who's this new guy over here?
Okay, you take off your Giga ring.
It's only been like a month, right?
Well, also you can't put on your clothes, the fine clothes, with your Giga ring on. You're gonna stretch out all your clothes if you keep that Giga ring on too much. But yeah, you take it off, you lose 100 pounds and like 4 inches of height.
A foot.
And yeah, a foot of height. And Primus, what's your drip?
What I have on. I don't have any other drip.
What do you have on?
Studded leather armor and regular clothes.
Okay, so it's very business. There's no so we have Tabrashan noblemen, Sedalian noblewoman, Imperial battle mage, and then we have adventurer. Okay.
Hydra leather is not that cheap.
It's not cheap, it's just that visually, he doesn't look like a nobleman, he looks like a soldier. But
The same way Maximus would go in mithril chestplate.
Yeah, well, mithril's a bit more impressive than a mithril plate armor is a bit more visually impressive than
because it's
Hydra.
shiny. Yeah.
Okay, so
Granny's gonna see what Corvus is wearing and decide, should I wear my battle robes or is this better?
Does she look good in her stuff? It's tailored to her,
so
right?
the major difference is that yours, one, you don't have any other clothes, so you have to wear your battle mage uniform. That's what you always wear. She looks like a imperial senator, of the senatorial class. So it's all about, it's not really good or bad, it's just what type of image you want to present. Do you want to present we're all wizards and we will fuck you up, or are we senators?
I guess I'll just tell her or ask Primus to translate, because I'm not sure how if I would be able to tell this.
Yeah,
properly.
she signs Primus. Primus
just whatever
talks
you're
to
more
you.
comfortable with. Just whatever you're more comfortable with.
Okay. We'll keep what she has on.
Okay. Well, it takes about 45 minutes for us to get to properly taken care of. Tiberius doesn't need to do anything. He's immaculate. And as a posse of 5, you exit your host's estate. The servant was waiting out there the whole time. He's a courier. This is kind of his job. And he guides you a couple of roads over. And as he points out a longhouse, the courier, and then walks away. You guys approach the longhouse, and a retainer, a soldier, basically, admits you entrance into the home. And as you are admitted entrance, you are reminded that while Lubelskie is a Mithdosian ally, they are not Mithdosians. This home, rather than a complex, villa, which is what you'd see in every Mithdosian city you've ever been to, this is a longhouse, much like the place that you are staying in. There are cloth partitioned areas that likely contain offices and bedrooms, but the majority of the structure is dedicated to 2 fire pits and a long table. The house is practically bursting with people. There are some 40 Tabrashan men, women, and children throughout the building. There's no head of the table, and at first you struggle to even spot the Chancellor, but you saw him earlier today, so eventually you can, pick him out from the crowd. And when he sees you all enter into his house, he, stands up. The house sort of grows quiet, and in Tabrashan, so everyone but Grania can understand this, the Chancellor says, "Brothers, sisters, children, Raise your throats and honor our allies, servants of the Emperor. And there's like a general ruckus of noise. You know, some of the men raise their glasses and cheer. Some of the women like clap. You know, just people celebrating your arrival as servants of the Emperor. And the Chancellor will wave for you to all come over.
Alright, well, let's do it.
Brandon's just kind of looking at the rest of the party for an indication of what's going on.
Are people acknowledging us? Like, should I make a nice little wave to the people?
Yeah.
After the introduction of the Chancellor, they largely went back to who they were talking to.
Okay.
I will translate everything for Grania.
How do you translate it?
Just saying it in, what is it?
Mythos.
Yeah, Mythos.
Okay. You head over to Misko's table. He gestures towards, you know, some places next to him, some places on the far side of the table, and he'll say, "Well, it's good to see you again, judges." And he is talking in Mythos, and he'll say, "I should make some introductions. This is my brother Simoviet," and he gestures towards the man sitting next to him. They look pretty similar, except his younger brother has no beard, and he mustache, I mean. And then he points towards another guy who's seated 2 seats to the left of him and says, "And that's another member of the Lubelskie boyars named Constantine. He's the commander of the garrison here in Lubelskie."
Did that one sound familiar to me as being part of the Boyars Revolt, Alex?
No.
Okay.
There are thousands of boyars in the plains. A very small number of them rebelled against Mithdosica.
Nice.
I would sure hope that they weren't in any position to be a nobility again.
Yeah, boyars is like a noble rank. It's the equivalent of like a baron or like a senator or like a quaestor or something like that. That's just what they call it. So in the Boyars' Revolt, though, was a very particular conflict in which a small handful of boyars rebelled against the Mithdosian Empire. But yeah. And so Misko will... actually, who sits closest to Misko here?
I will.
Okay.
I was gonna say probably Premius, because he's...
All right. Then there's a second
family.
chair that someone could be in on like the same side of the table as Misko. Who would be there?
Lednius.
Can I be right across from him?
Okay.
Oh.
Or okay.
So you can be across from him.
I just assume Zednius would want that position because he like actually has like the highest rank
I don't
other
know.
than Premius.
Well, why would we? It feels like it's hard to talk to each other if we're sitting next to each other. No.
If
No,
no
being
one
close
stops
to each
her,
other is going to be a
then
lot
Brandon will just sit
easier.
there then.
Great.
Oh, then I'll sit.
Yeah, the table's quite
next to
wide.
Firmius.
Okay,
Or
great. Then
next to-
Zednius and Premius will be on one side of the table with Misko and Zimiwit, and then Tiberius, Corvus, and Grania will be on the other side of the table next to Constantine, or Constantin. And I think we'll sort of do these individually. So
Should
we'll
we
start
introduce
with...
ourselves?
No, but the Misko did not introduce you guys. But as the three of you sit across, like Corvus, Tiberius, and Grania, as the three of you sit down, the large man that you're sitting next to, he has a fur draped around his shoulders. He has a hand axes at his side. Unlike in Mithdosica, there is no like taboo about carrying weapons in Debration cities. So almost all the boyars here are armed, and this guy has a chain shirt on. And as you sit down next to him, Constantine will extend a hand to you, Corvus, and he'll say in Debration, "Welcome."
Thank you.
So you're
It's an honor to attend this feast, this dinner.
Yeah. What's the occasion on this fine evening?
you talk from across the table, and Constantine will sort of speak up and say, "Celebrating life, nothing more." And, Misko next to you will clarify and say, "Well, it's not just celebrating life, it's celebrating a visit from our Mithdosian allies. The last time we had a judge here was Genticia. She was not very talkative, and before her, it'd been many years since judges had come to our city."
Many years.
And Constantine, sitting next to, he'll sort of look over to you, Tiberius, since you're seated on the other side of him. It's mostly, there's the loud room around you, and he'll say, "You don't look like a judge."
No, I'm not, formally employed by the, Empire.
You don't sound Mithdosian either. Where were you born? Your accent's neutral.
Well, I was born in Mithdosica. It's just I've been around a lot of places from music.
Wait. He kind of reevaluates you. You've been performing around the city. You're a skald.
Yes.
I see. Do you know the story of Lek and the Companions?
I haven't. I haven't heard about it.
How can you call yourself a skald and not know the great stories?
Well, I haven't been around these parts for long.
So you're not a storyteller then, but you perform. You just do music?
I tell stories every now and then. It's just some stories,
Mithdosian stories?
Yes.
Ugh. He seems immediately disinterested with the conversation, and Constantine looks towards, his other left, and Corvus is talking across the table to Zednius, and the only other person there is Grania, and he'll see her battle robes, and this person who you've never met before immediately seems unengaged with his side of the table. And back on the other side of the table, Primius, Misko will look over to you and say, "So, did you find anything on Genticia?"
A bit, but I don't know what can be revealed to the public just yet.
Well, this isn't the public. You're in my home.
Yes, but do you have the rank of Praetor or higher?
I'm not Mithdosian, so...
Can you equivalent that?
Any equivalent?
Well... You Mithdosians are always so strange and secretive. Here on the plains, the noble ranks, I guess you would say it's something like... He thinks for like a while. And then in Mythos, he'll say chieftain. And then in Tibrashan, he'll say boyar. And then Kiage. So, chieftain, boyar, Kiage, I think those are the only three. And I'm a boyar, so I'm not sure what you should make of that.
Alas, we cannot share anything with you at this time.
A very secretive bunch.
Well, sorry, it's just the bureaucracy. You know how Mithdosians love their bureaucracy.
I actually, I had an education at the Symposium of Tarako when I was a young man, specifically in law and trade, because we do so much business with our good allies. And even now, I still don't understand the true depths of your nation's many systems. It always felt like your great departments were actively trying to make things harder.
Yes, at
Oh, don't
times
worry.
I would agree.
I also have a formal education in law, and I've been a judge for a bit, and it's still something. Every now and then you'll stumble upon something in the Mithdosian system that will make you tilt your head and be a little confused.
There was that big event that happened a couple of months ago, back in July, the Edict of Patricia. And I have no idea what that really did. I had the full text delivered to me from one of my, a merchant that works for our principality, who lives in Palama, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me, to be entirely honest.
Well, I heard from a different person that part of it was just to stick it to a person in the royal family who didn't come to visit his father, who was Aurelian Sol himself. And so he made the Edict of Patricia to basically say every royal family member's cut off until they come and see me personally. At least that was part of it.
He looks over towards his brother, and the two boyars start to chuckle. He doesn't even know what to say to that. He has no response for how insane that is, so he'll just chuckle a bit and say,
Well, also,
you
large part of it.
Oh, you Mithdosians.
A large part of
man.
it is also the realignment of what departments are responsible for what duties.
I got all that. It just seems strange that it almost seemed like five foreign powers negotiating with each other rather than, departments within the same nation.
Yes, departments can be very.
It's hard to picture because we have nothing like this in the plains. All of Lubelskie is owned by the prince. Every territory, every property, everything is owned by him. It is then rented out to his subjects who pay on to him. Every man owes his life to his master. It's a very clear system. Every man knows who his master is, who his coin goes to, who his boss is. Yours is complicated. A man can't know who his true superior is. I mean, you as judges, you have the Master of Judges, you have Aurelian Soul, you have the, what do they call it? The Consul of whatever department you're a part of. You have your families, your clans, you have too many loyalties, you're too split into too many directions.
It's
Some benefits from this, though.
think of it like an intricate piece of clockwork.
Intricate pieces of clockwork are nice until someone lightly dusts up against it. Perhaps this is why we have been struggling so much in this war on the plains.
While I agree that it can complicate things, that sometimes if it's shaken up too much, it also allows for precise changes that can and adaptations.
Like what? You say there are advantages.
Well, connections. If you're a mere consult of the prince, you know maybe a handful of people within power you could fully trust. However, with us, there are many, and many who have their fingers in many different parts of this great city and country.
That doesn't sound good. What you say is an advantage seems a weakness to me. In our system, there is one high power, that being the prince. What he says is law. Then there is his conference of counselors. There's only 6 of us, and then below us there are just boyars. It is a simple system. But all choices end with him. But for you, and this is a genuine question, do you know how taxes are decided in the Mithdosian Empire?
I do, right?
Yeah, so do you actually want to hear the explanation? Because it's really complicated. The answer is that it's a semi-federal system, so it starts at the quaestor level and it goes up each rung of the ladder with each one having their own restrictions, and then ultimately the Department of Coin sets the sort of like the bumpers, so the lowest and the upper bound, and then they also have their own taxes which only apply at ports of entry, and then ports of entry are given limited abilities to assign their own tariffs, but then some tariffs have to be signed off by the Emperor himself.
I'll just say, yes, it's an incredibly complicated system.
And this is what I mean. It makes things complicated where, we can move quickly. Tomorrow the prince could decide that we are to raise a tax for the war effort. For Mithdosha, it seems like that is a thing that would take a very, very long time. Not to say your system doesn't have advantages.
Unless the Emperor decrees it himself.
That is true.
How long do your princedoms last for?
What do you mean?
I feel like once the I just don't know if your system would scale as well as as what Mithdosia's found to work.
Well, the Mizdagoth Empire had princedoms, and it managed to conquer the whole of the plains and even defeated the Reginan Republic. Centuries ago, our people were once enemies. So it worked then.
And now?
Well, what do you mean, and now? Of course, we are the greatest of allies. Because we are united against a common threat. You see, there are boyars in our principality who speak ill of your emperor, ill of your legions, but they do not understand. The choice isn't Mithdosia or freedom. That is what they think the choice is. They think our options are to get our independence or to be allied with Mythdosia. The real option, though, is whether we would like to be subjects to the Son of the Dragon or whether we'd like to be subjects to allies to Mythdosia. And,
Because declaring independence just means you're making enemies of both factions.
Exactly. That's what I have said to these boyars who speak of these stories. And if you look at how... I do not know how apprised you are of details on the plains, but there was a principality named Pomorski who resisted the son of the... Well, originally the dragon. And there was another one to the north at Kuzma's Fist. 2 principalities wiped off the map. For almost 150 years, there's been 11 principalities. Well, the 2 that... Technically 9, but... We'll ignore the history, but the point is... 2 principalities were wiped out in the span of 3 years. That's unprecedented. It's never happened before, even when we fought against... well, your empire hundreds of years ago. That is what the legacy of the dragon. He kills our people. He butchers our traditions. So, I will, I'll stick with Mythdosia for the time being.
Very nice.
And, the Chancellor's brother, who hasn't spoken much, will sort of lean forward and say, here in, Lubel, we hear stories of revolt, in Lubelskie. Could you tell us how it goes? He's speaking kind of halting Mythosian, so he's not as, like, fluent as his brother.
Of course.
That's the one Maximus was sent to, right?
Yes.
He was sent to Kuzva. Lubelskie was where Zednius and Corvus did their little heist thing.
Which is fully against Mythdosia at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will fill them in because.
Well, what do you know? If you don't know anything, that's fine.
Well, not
But-
off the top of my head, but I know there was. What is it? You gave a couple of. What is it? Like updates.
I know, he's
like
asking you guys
do.
personally, though, so if you don't remember, you just don't remember. It is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
These bodies.
I know that they are fully against Mythdosia now. I don't know much of the details, but that is what I know.
The man kind of looks at his brother, the Chancellor, and he sort of scratches his chin and says, there are rumors that this is a 4th Boyars revolt, that there are people scheming against the Empire within Transpontar Salaria. Is this true?
I would disagree. I would say it's just a couple of princes acting up, but
Just speak freely.
if it does turn into another revolt, I will go and crush them myself. I was in the last one after all. I'd be happy to go do it again.
My brother, he fought in 3rd Boyars Revolt as an auxiliary. He said it was quite brutal. We don't want we don't want happening again while at war, right? Would
Right.
make it hard.
Absolutely.
I'll look at Firmius and I'll say maybe we should speak in Debration to help him out.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I was-
Yeah, I'll switch to Debration just for him.
He says, thank you very much. I've really been trying to work on my mythos. I know that my brother here, and he pats Misko on the shoulder, says that that'll be the language of the future, but I just can't quite get some of the phraseology.
Sounds like you're getting better.
We're getting there. But what I was trying to say is there's a lot of concern amongst even me and my brother. You may not know this. I know that you Mythosians, you know mostly your own culture and the bureaucracy, and I understand that. It's a very complicated thing, but here in Lubelskie, me and my brother are part of the Boli family. We've supported your empire for, at this point, around 100 years. And there are concerns among some extended members of our family that this revolt in Lubelskie is going to be the spark to a larger rebellion. And if you're fighting on 2 fronts at once, there's concerns about your commitment to defending Lubelskie. And I think, after the brother says this, Misko will look at his brother and say, I don't think they can answer these questions. They're not a part of the Department of War. But he will still look at you to see what your response is.
We have no authority to make any promises.
Misko nods. It's as I suspected. You have to forgive my brother. He doesn't understand your system fully.
But of course, as individuals, I'll say that I'm sure the Empire is doing its best. And
Misko will actually
trying to
lean forward as you mention that and say, actually, I have to admit, I'm a forthright negotiator, so I don't like, beating, trying to obscure my point for too long. I kind of brought you here with a request. Constantine, and he gestures towards the person who's been mostly quiet. He had some initial questions and then has gone quiet since then. He gestures towards Constantine. He's, as I said, the commander of the garrison here in Lubelskie, and when you first spoke to me, I mentioned Huba's riders were stationed across the river. Since you are here, if you are interested, Constantine has a plan to fight Huba's riders, but the problem is that his plan hinges on a small number of elite troops holding a certain position for a large amount of time. And we did not have any troops that we thought could do it, but with 4 Imperial judges and a guest, it seems a lot more likely to succeed. It could be a chance to inflict damage on the Son of the Dragon's forces.
No, raise my eyebrow at this. Oh.
Misko gestures towards Constantine, and Constantine will lean forward, and he'll say, "Could you join me out front? I need to draw something in the ground."
I'll nod.
He stands up and starts to exit the
Yeah,
longhouse.
I'll join.
Misko will remain seated and say, "Well, let me know how it goes." And the 5 of you, alongside Constantine, exit from the front of the longhouse into the cold night air of the city. The only real sound is campfires and people kind of celebrating. It's later in the week, so they're celebrating not having to work. And in the dirt outside of the longhouse, he's going to do some drawing. He will start by drawing. I'm going to do this in the top right corner of this page here, so let me adjust the perspective a little bit. There we go. He's going to start by drawing a line here, and he says, "This is the banks of the Azov River. This here," he draws a little square. "This here is Lubelskie. It's where we are. This here is the Lek Bridge. This here is the Misko Bridge. And there's 12 miles between the two of them. The Lek Bridge is close enough here in Lubel that Huba's riders have not attempted to cross it. It's a fortified stone bridge built during the days of the Empire, so we've been able to hold it with a skeleton garrison of about 50 men. The Misko Bridge, on the other hand, has no fortifications, and thus far has been serving as an avenue for the riders of Huba to raid our farmland and territories. However, there's only a 12-mile distance between them. The plan that I have been pushing for the prince to adopt is that we send a small force to hold Misko Bridge. Over the night, we send them there, and just as dusk is hitting, and overnight they build fortifications. It is inevitable that Huba will attempt to dislodge them from this position. As this is happening, I march our entire garrison, some 700 men, this whole 12 miles as a force march, and then, hammer and anvil, we destroy Huba's riders, send them back to the Son of the Dragon, a shattered and broken force."
And our position would be to help hold the bridge until your men arrive. I presume?
You and 20 other men would likely have to hold the Mitroski Bridge for about 5 hours. After the initial
How many
fighting.
men does Huba have? 400?
Around 600.
600.
And Huba's not here,
How
as of
wide
my
is
last
this bridge?
report. It's about 20 feet wide. Something to keep in mind, though, is that the initial assault will likely just consist of a small scouting force. They won't expect multiple Imperial battle wizards, so you'll want to dress up, and subterfuge is sort of the core of this plan. We need them to fully commit to attacking you, to commit all of their forces so that when the 5 hours lapse and my forces arrive on the horizon, they're all gathered together. Because their force is cavalry, you see. That's why it's been hard to pin them down into a real battle. If they're not committed, then they'll simply ride off and will be no better.
Can you gauge the overall effect it would have on the war effort?
No, but it would be the first victory we've gained against the Son of the Dragon's forces in Lubelskie. We've fought on behalf of you, that being the Mythosians, and we've gained victories in Slasky, but here in our home country, we've never actually won a battle against them.
This would do good for morale.
Certainly. And these men...
So wait,
these...
what's the plan? They send scouts and we kill the scouts? Catch me back up.
We hold the bridge until the main force arrives.
And we think it's just a scouting party.
No, it'll be
No,
much more
we
than
need
a
to-
scouting party.
So it's kill the scouts. Hope they send martyrs.
You won't kill everyone. You'll probably kill a couple, and once they realize that they're dealing with spellcasters, or you can choose how much you want to reveal. Essentially, your goal is to convince them that they can defeat you. They just need to commit slightly more forces that, the previous assault just barely could have won. And they'll probably build up, it takes time to put together troops. The 600 men, these riders under Huba, they're spread across the countryside. It'll take hours for them to get together and launch an assault on the bridge. It'll take time for them to get together waves and launch additional attacks. If there are battle mages amongst their number, it'll probably take time for them to be brought to the front line to deal with you there. Overall, it's just going to take time, and every minute that passes after that engagement starts is more time for me and my troops to move that 12 miles and flank them.
So, cantrips, first level, maybe a second level spell from you, Corvus.
The details of the deception I would leave entirely up to all of you, but yes, the core goal would be to convince them this is just a small force of 20 men that they can defeat, not 5 Imperial judges.
I was thinking of letting loose a wall of force right away, but yeah, I guess that's a bit over the top then.
I also have been granted a stockpile by... At this point, he's been talking in Mythosian, or Mythos, but he'll kind of pause and think for a moment. I don't know his title, but Augustius Bologna, General, he granted me a large stockpile of scrolls and gunpowder, which I could provide to you to help hold the bridge.
I'm not sure the gunpowder would do much good. We don't want to damage the bridge, of course.
Correct. We cannot destroy it. That is by the order of the same man, Augustius.
Yes.
Also, I was going to say, these same riders, the ones that you will be fighting, they are the ones who pillaged the countryside near your city. You could think of this as a revenge of sorts. Near Patricia.
How soon would you want to engage in this plan?
Tomorrow.
Oh.
I've been trying to convince the Kiage to go for this plan for weeks, but up to this point, him and the Chancellor have been unconvinced that those 20 men will be able to hold, and if they can't hold, then the plan fails.
Hakon, let me reminder. In your world, spellcasters, can they change their prepared spells every day, or do they have to take a
Long
full
rest.
long rest? Oh, that sucks.
We'd be a warlock.
True.
And no, only 5 spells? No, I'm good.
What? Do you know how many spells? I'll take a screenshot for you right now.
I guess he does also get his subclass one, which is like 2 every couple levels.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
probably
but
knows,
like
like,
the average
11 or
warlocks, and I can I can copy as many spells as I want. If anybody ever
true.
gives me any to copy,
I've had a wizard know 50
Surely.
spells before. Well,
Just
also,
kill
I
other
mean,
spellcasters and take their books.
true. Also, if
Yeah,
you go with this plan, you'll have
I've
access
come across
to...
so many wizards. Smile.
True. You will have access to tons of scrolls if you go with this plan as well, because he was given a... Like, Augustius Bologna, in case you guys don't remember, that is the commander in the East. That is the guy who, after the... You've worked for him before. After the Edict of Patricia, he is the supreme commander of all Mythosian forces on the plains. So that guy sent them, like, a personal care package of shit.
Yeah, I'd love to get to look at this, what scrolls there are, and maybe add some of them into my repertoire permanently.
Yeah, well, he is holding it in front of you like a carrot. You have to agree to his plan first.
I mean, I'm interested in the plan.
I mean,
Our edict doesn't say anything. Our edict from the head of judges doesn't speak against this, right? This would be legal to engage as a soldier deployed in hostile enemy territory, right?
Yeah, of course.
So,
we're doing it out of the
Granny,
goodness of our hearts.
oh no, obviously we're getting scrolls,
This is also, just to be clear, just so there's no confusion, this is completely unrelated to your quest related to the Green Rider. Like, you could just go to a static without doing this. This is not like a requirement. This is a side quest.
Yeah, but it's a side quest with cool rewards.
For sure, yeah. I agree.
Wait, what were the rewards?
And
I
also
didn't
helps the greater Mythosian.
Yeah, I think the reward might be we might be able to get some good standing with the Department of War.
Well, yeah,
That's
so
pretty
there's
big, I think.
3 potential rewards. So one is that stockpile. He's just going to give it to you guys to defend the bridge, and whatever's left over is yours. Secondly, you'd be kill if this plan works perfectly, you'll kill 600 of riders of the Son of the Dragon. So these are going to be like, wearing like very good armor. This is like an elite corps of soldiers, not like random bozos. So that's like a pretty big blow to his warfare. Not like it's going to change the tide of the war, but it's bad. It's a bad thing to lose that many
It hurts
troops.
the supply.
Yeah, severely. And thirdly, he mentioned that they may have some battle mages, and if you're able to kill one of those battle mages, you'd have access to their spellbook.
And then also, if we do this and word gets to Augustus Bologna that we did help, we might get some favor, gain some favor with the Department of War, which we're incredibly dishonored by right now.
True.
So I think that's a good point.
Those are the pros. The con, of course, is that you'd have to hold the bridge for 5 hours against 600 men.
Also, it helps with the whole, like, having to go past, we'd have to go past them somehow anyway.
You already had a plan for this last session, which was just casting invisibility.
I know. Yeah, but this is...
How close is this to the burial mounds? Nowhere near. Completely unrelated.
Which burial mound? There's a bunch on the plains.
The one that
you want?
old girl was talking about going to.
Static? It is...
Static.
You guys are currently...
Well, that's not the burial mound. That's the place she is, right? The burial mound was like her third choice.
Which one?
I don't know. Does she have a letter?
Yeah, there's 3 handouts that I gave you. You mean this thing?
Yeah,
If
this does not work, I might make my way to Plainstones, burial mounds, or other cultures.
So, Plainstones, there are no Plainstones in Lubelskie or a static. Those are like all within the Son of the Dragon's territory. Burial mounds, there's tons of those in the plains. You guys have already personally been to 2 of them. Those are just places where the dead are buried. So...
Yeah, but I don't think she was mentioning any specific battle.
No, she didn't, so you can't figure out how far you are from the one she was going to go to.
Okay.
I know you're trying to keep an eye out for your side quest, but you just don't have enough information. But yeah, so I mean, we have the pros and cons. Do you have any questions for Constantine about the plan?
What? I guess when you say we start tomorrow, does that mean we would need to get there to this night, tonight?
No. Tomorrow morning you would meet me outside the Prince's Palace. I'd introduce you to the 20 men I'm sending with you. You could figure out what preparations you'd like to make in terms of equipment. I will also ask the Kiage to give you access to his armory, so you may, properly equip yourselves with whatever you wish. And then if all goes according to plan, that evening, you and your group would make your way to the bridge overnight, have them build fortifications while you get sleep, and then come the morning, the battle will start, and then the moment fighting starts, I will have one of the men from your group will begin to ride towards my position, so they'll have to go 12 miles. The moment I am informed, this will likely take an hour, I will begin the march, which will take 4 hours, and then 5 hours after the fighting starts, my troops will arrive, we will kill whatever is left.
Do we have any form of faster communication? This isn't directed at him. This is directed at Corvus and Zednius.
I don't.
We could get there an hour sooner if you do.
Let me check. I don't have sending now. I don't even have the message cantrip.
Do you think the Bard does?
Well, the Bard is here, so...
Oh, he's outside with us.
I mean, yeah, he just stood up and joined you because Constantine assumed he was with you guys, so he's just been off to the side this whole time listening.
Now he knows our whole plan.
I mean, yeah,
well,
and...
yeah,
he's gonna summon the Bear King to eat us.
I'm not sure there's much of a necessity.
Well, Tiberius, do you have anything?
I'll admit I haven't done much fighting in my life, and I don't think there's too much I can do to help. But
Could you get the message to him faster through magic?
What's in the scrolls? If there's a scroll of sending, this is.
I don't know
Except
what the contents of the scrolls are. I cannot read Mythos or arcane script. And the Archmage of Lubelskie is senile and dumb.
And she has the scrolls?
Correct, he has access to them. But, as I said, I've already confirmed with the Kiage that if we execute this plan, the entire contents of the treasure chest shall be mine, and I will give it over to you immediately. If I recall correctly, there are 5 gunpowder barrels and a total of some 30 scrolls.
Yeah, I think depending on what's on the scrolls, might be able to let us.
Oh,
send
I do remember
immediate
one detail.
communication.
The box that we received from Augustus Bologna, it was stamped with the seal of a lightning bolt. That is one of your great departments. Does that help?
That's the
Lightning
Department of
bolts.
Magic.
Does that narrow it down?
Yep. It's the
Does
Department
a
of
lightning
Magic.
Sure,
bolt
but
mean
does that tell
anything?
you if there's contents of the box?
Does it mean evocation?
Yes.
I'm an evocation. What is it? Does it mean
No,
evocation?
lightning just means Department of Magic.
Yeah, because I was going to say. But also, even if it does mean evocation, sending is evocation.
Is sending? What the fuck? Why? What?
If I remember correctly, it is.
Why the fuck is send? What? You're right. Why is it evocation? What? That should be divination. What? What?
No.
That's so
Divination
weird.
Is gaining information.
Yeah. It should be like.
It's like
Also,
reading stuff around you.
Wait, is message also considered a evocation spell?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Dude, that's so weird.
No,
it's
transmutation
transmutation.
somehow.
It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any. Okay, anyways, move on. That makes no
I mean-
sense. Okay.
Healing word is evocation.
That also. Okay. Anyways. So yeah, what do we think about this plan? Do you have any concerns? Or let me rephrase this. Do you think you can actually do this thing you're being asked to do? Hold a bridge for 5 hours against 600 men.
I mean, I can get away if it
So
goes
that's
bad. I
not
think.
what the question is. I know you can get away. So can Corvus. So can Grania, probably.
Yeah.
The question is, can you actually do the plan?
I think Grania has confidence in it.
Okay.
I think it's possible, yeah.
And I assume we're dragging along Tiberius to keep an eye on him?
sure.
I mean, we don't.
Oh.
If you have an alternate idea, feel free. But
Just
I
to
should give him
double
back his
check,
flutes.
Tiberius said,
Wait, is this tonight? When is this?
tomorrow morning is when
Tomorrow
you'll start
morning.
planning.
Tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. I'll give him.
And
back
then
his
the
flutes
actual
for
battle
tomorrow
will happen the day after, like as soon as dawn happens.
Correct. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. You're also gonna have to figure out where you're sleeping during this plan because this plan involves very little sleep and a lot of force marching. Well, Constantine will scrub out the plan so that someone walking by this house later tonight won't just see the entire battle plan. And he'll look at you all and say, "So you were interested then?"
I think so.
I will speak to the
I
Kiage
think we
tomorrow
should.
morning then. He nods and he heads back inside the longhouse. What do you guys do?
Abdullah's assaulting my right ear right now. What is this?
Probably a horse.
Yeah.
I think it's a horse noise. It is weird that it's only in one side. So, do you guys want to go rejoin Misko at the party? Do you want to return home for the evening to get sleep? Get your beauty sleep?
I think we should first talk to the rest of the party, right?
Everyone is here.
Yeah.
Is everyone here?
Yes. Tiberius,
I
Agnias,
thought
Cremius,
somebody
Corvus,
said
Grania.
inside.
Nope.
Smash Ultimate
Nope.
moment.
Okay. Well,
Match
I guess we can Yeah, plan out some specifics. Ask Tiberius how he feels about this whole thing, because he has no like obligation
You're
to
here.
do
You
this,
can just
really.
ask him right now. You guys are outside of the longhouse.
Yes, I will be honest.
And I'm
I
sure you.
have
There's
not
no.
come here into the Boglands to fight any wars.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If I can get a guarantee that there will be no bad blood between me and you all, and that after we do this, we will go after the Green Rider. And if I I would prefer not to die doing this. If I can get guarantees on those things, I can help out.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think this is a good idea to prove that you're trustworthy to us. We're not gonna make you take any suicidal positions, and we're not gonna make you. I'm not gonna try and make you the face of this attack against the enemy. We'll make sure that nobody knows of your involvement on either side, if that's what you prefer. And and in combat situations, I think A, I think you could be an asset, and B, I think we have no reason to not make sure that you get away scot-free from this whole thing as much as we would want, right? So I'm saying
Yeah.
is, if you help us with this, we're gonna try and make sure that you don't die in battle. I think we can do it. And we're not gonna force you to do anything crazy. Then yeah, we can work on the Green Rider afterwards. How's that sound?
That is an agreeable deal. But if things do get a bit too hairy, I don't think you'd blame me for attempting to do the most I can to make sure I survive.
Let's just say that if that means you think the situation is extremely bad, you run away to save yourself, I think that's understandable. However, if you think that your chance of survival is better because you're not quite sure how it's gonna go, so you backstab us, I will find you.
Oh no, I don't
Yes.
plan on backstabbing anyone.
That's what anybody backstabbing anyone would ever say.
Well, yes, but you have the information on the Green Rider. I have not seen the notes that were collected earlier. There is no reason for me to do it. It would only be a negative for me.
Well, yeah, in that case, I can't force you to risk your life for us. We're strangers to you. We might have a similar interest in doing something, but wouldn't expect you to give your life for us or the Mithdosian Empire. You have no allegiance.
Exactly. I'm glad we can see eye to eye on this.
However, I'm curious, do you possess any capabilities of healing?
Yes, it's probably my greatest assets as a combatant.
In healing and close combat doesn't cure wounds, or from distance?
I can do it from a distance, yes.
Fuck yeah.
You see, that's incredibly useful.
Blake's pumping his fist right now.
Because right now we're down one man who is normally he's the Colossus on the front line, so to speak.
Yeah, the main character.
And without
if you will.
him,
Yeah.
depends who you're asking. but as long as right now Primus is our only fighter who engages in melee. So if you had somebody who can make sure that he does survive that, I'm sure he'd appreciate a lot. Take a lot of stress off us.
Yes, I have a few things that could help him.
And then, of course, I know that bards are known to be able to enchant enemies, confuse them, use illusions, that type of stuff.
Damn, it's crazy he just said your whole spell list in like 3 words.
What? Healing, confusion, illusion? Yeah,
Basically, yeah. That's it.
Enchantment,
His entire
yeah.
spell list, yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Keep in
Buffs.
mind, we're trying not to whip those out at the complete beginning. We're trying to get the whole army here before we start doing those things.
Yeah.
That is completely true. Something to keep in mind, though, is that when Constantine was explaining this, he said one spell, and he was mostly thinking of one spell, which is Fireball. If you guys Fireball the very first force that comes to greet you, the army attacking you is like, oh, okay, we just need to like kill these people immediately. Like, this is no longer a group of 20 guys. This is like an
We
existential
need to
threat.
send 100 guys right now.
Yeah, or send all of our battle mages and call upon like an archmage or something to come smite these people, because like there's a whole subcategory of magic, which is what Corvus specializes in, called war magic, and if you see a war mage, you kill them. It's just like at all costs you kill them.
So what you're telling me is I'm not allowed to. I'm supposed to hold back. You know, I keep the training weights on.
Yeah, you need to keep the training weights on, and like Constantine said, you need to disguise yourself, because if they see a guy in red robes, they're like, oh, okay, we're just not going to do this. We're going to go get our whole posse and then kill them.
Yeah, I've come in close. That won't be a
Perfect.
problem.
Perfect.
Granium does not.
But also, Grania's green clothes, that's actually not seen as scary, because I believe that her special... Yeah, because that's not war magic, that's, fuck, I don't remember anymore. I think it's like enchantment or something. It's like it's one of the lesser scary schools.
So just the battle wizard robe isn't enough. It's if they're also
The red one.
Yeah, it's the red one, because, yeah, they can cast, like, Fireball and kill 9 guys in a millisecond, or cast, like, Wall of Fire and burn 40 people alive, or...
Yeah, that was going to be my intention, like my initial idea, to just put up a wall of fire that they can't cross.
Yeah.
Can you put a wall of fire in like a dome, like Wall of Force?
No,
Not
you
a
can
dome,
put it in
but
a
you can
circle.
make it a circle.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you remember this. Actually, this is about to be a really long anecdote for one particular example. Actually, no, you would remember this. Do you remember the Battle of Merkham's Rest in Dwarf game?
I do.
When Vondai saved Merkham, it's because he cast a wall of fire in, like, pointing outwards. So when people tried to, like, approach them, they just burned alive. So Vondai was able to, like, get Merkham's corpse off the battlefield without getting injured.
Oh, right. He just flew in.
Yeah, he flew in, wall of fire, and then flew out. Yeah, and killed, like, 40 people in the process. It was monstrous. Yeah. High-level wizards are scary.
But Wall of Force, you can do some real fucked up shit.
Yeah.
The classic one is the microwave, aka sickening radiance.
Yeah.
That's sickening radiance and Wall of Force, so they can't get away, and they're just getting fucking microwaved alive. Or
Well,
really, Wall of Force plus any lingering AoEs, just fucked up.
Further plans can probably wait until you guys get to meet the troops under your command, or until, you know, while they're building the fortifications the following evening. Is there any final points that would, like, decide whether or not you're going to do this, or are we locked in at this point?
This might be a wacky question.
Sure.
But have landmines been invented?
No.
Okay.
No. The grenades are, but grenades are not what you're picturing. They're not fragmentation grenades. They're black powder grenades. They're mostly used as smoke producers and breaching charges. But landmines
they
have
make
not
like
been
a
invented
single
yet.
big like fiery smoky boom.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
fucking shrapnel.
Yeah, they're
We'll
primarily...
see what they have in their armory.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah, but I was
also
just
have access
wondering
to
if,
that
like,
tomorrow.
with the because we get explosive kegs, I was just wondering if landmines are invented, then maybe we could like
Yeah,
make
unfortunately, black powder does exist.
commit some war crimes.
The other component, the switch, those don't exist. Reliable.
I mean, we could set up explosive barrels, right?
Yeah, and then manually detonate
Black
them. Yeah, you
powder
could
barrels?
totally do that. Yeah,
Well,
With, like, a
fireball,
firebolt.
that might could.
sure. There you go. But that's not a landmine. That's just a bomb. And yes, you can make bombs.
Yeah. And if they see them, then they might just be like, oh, well.
Correct. Also, remember, black powder is not like a huge explosion. It's a big fireball, which almost immediately like disappears. So it's like very limited in its explosive power.
What about dynamite?
That's a lot better, but that doesn't exist because that's a really advanced byproduct derivative.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
Nitroglycerin is
very
actually
much-
incredibly complicated.
Yeah. Where's our little explosive expert when we need it?
Actually, in our other campaign, in Voyage of the Defiance, we talked a lot about this because we had like cannons and gunpowder barrels, and me and him had very long DM conversations that were very suspicious about the effectiveness of, black
Yeah,
powder
it's always
versus
like look
nitroglycerin.
into someone's. Like you must wonder, like the FBI looking at somebody's browser history, like how to do this,
Yeah.
how to do that. Like this guy is gonna commit fucked up crimes in D&D. Oh,
Yeah, in D&D, it's like, oh, okay,
False
good.
positive,
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah. Alrighty.
How to torture somebody without them getting marks, huh? In D&D.
Alrighty. So it sounds like we're good. We're doing this. We're locked into at least pursue this path a little bit further. So, is there anything else we want to talk to, Misko and his brother
Every week,
about?
is it?
That's a great question. It's October 6th. So it is a Sunday.
Ooh, that means tomorrow's Monday.
It does.
That's
yeah.
very pog. Because that's my Arcane Recovery Day.
Huge.
I get back.
Okay.
Half
think-
lizard level, good one. Wizard level, running up.
Lizard level.
Yes. So I can get a 5th level spell slot back. That's good.
You think, Blake?
Oh, I was saying, I think I want to, instead of going back to the party, I want to go back and write a letter to Kato.
Okay. Start typing it up. I do have your previous one still, the one that you sent to the second in command for the first in line, like the heir to the empire. I still have that letter that you wrote.
Alright, okay. I may, what is it? I don't think I'll finish it in time for me to send it the next day, so I'll send it to you whenever I can.
Okay, but you do send it tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, Zednius, Tiberius, Corvus, Grania, what do you guys want to do? Just head to bed for the day and wake up bright and early tomorrow? Chat with Misko further? Misko and his brother?
Yeah, Granny doesn't have any other reasons to wake.
I think
Okay.
we should at least like had the dinner begun yet?
They were well into it. They'd been doing it for hours.
I think we should at least like go inside and like say goodbye, like in a proper like.
Sure. Well,
respectful
Permius
way.
and Grania are walking away, but you can head inside and give your goodbyes if you'd like.
Yeah.
All right, you head inside with Tiberius, keeping an eye on him, bringing him behind you. Zednius, are you going in as well, or are you going with back
Yep.
to the get some? Okay, so Zednius, Corvus, and Tiberius, you return into the longhouse. You can see that Constantine is talking to Misko, and they're just like talking about the plan, which from a Mythosian perspective is insane. You guys have a very high level of like operational security, and the idea that just at a banquet with like your family and stuff, you talk about really critical like battle plans is insane to you. But they seem pretty casual about it, and it makes you start to wonder if the Son of the Dragon's that casual about it. Because if that's true, then holy shit, the Frumentari must know everything that he's ever about to do because they're just casually talking about it.
I was gonna say they must be having a good time.
Yeah. But you guys can
The
walk over.
Frumentari are so segmented that we wouldn't know if there were other. I wouldn't know if there were other Frumentari here. Right?
Correct.
Unless they reveal themselves to you, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. That is the.
Which they probably don't know I am unless they're high up there.
Unless they knew you,
Yeah.
which they don't. Like the only time you've ever
And
been
that-
introduced to other Frumentari was through Tullius. So.
I was gonna say, so unless Telly sent
Bogdy.
somebody specifically here.
Yeah, I guess
keep an eye on
Bogdy
you.
self-reported. Yeah. That is true.
And we had that one
Um,
guy at a dinner once.
Who you thought was sus? Yeah. Did you ever actually figure out if he was even like? I know what you're talking about,
From Atari.
but yeah.
He was at the dinner where we were going to say the cow selling. Wasn't he there?
You mean Tullius was at that dinner? If that's what you mean, but
No, there was another guy. Or was
Hmm.
it a different dinner?
I don't
I'm
know.
just bad at remembering.
I don't know anymore.
But yeah, I remember seeing somebody at one point. Maybe that wasn't Galahad actually.
Oh, yeah, that was probably yeah, because that's when I was thinking of when you guys went to that with the vice admiral and the like consul superior
Yeah.
and all that. Yeah.
That's what I.
There was a
think it
guy there who was like, yeah, seemed like he was a Frumentari. I do remember that. But yeah, so you, Corvus, Zednius, Tiberius, the three of you approach Misko. He's talking to Constantine. You can overhear them talking about the details of the plan, and Misko will stand up and walk over and say, "Oh, Did the other judges retire for the evening?
Well,
Yes.
as
Get
you
up
can
bright
tell.
and early.
Ah, that's a shame. Well, the party was just getting started. I wanted to see the performance skills of this traveling skald here.
I mean,
I could still perform something for the people.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you, Lord Judges, are you going to stay as well?
I think I'm going to retire for the night.
It's unfortunate. He looks at you, Zednius.
Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay. Well,
Fucked over that news, so he has to be the babysitter.
Corvus, Primius, and Grania, you're all going to get a full night's rest. If you need a short rest, you can get one. I don't think any of you particularly need that, though. Zednius and Tiberius, the two of you are made. And Tiberius, give me your best flute check using this beautiful flute provided to you by Corvus.
Sorry.
Didn't know
Now,
that.
that's a plus 13. That's crazy. I forgot your modifier was that high. That's a really high number. Dude, that's so high.
Really bad roll.
That is a miserable
Four.
roll. Yeah, but that is a really good modifier. So Tangy, you have a great rep. You have many, many, many stories. And you have this sort of style that you kind of led, that you, I'd say, pioneered in the Bear King's Court, which is telling hunting stories while providing like a musical accompaniment. So what hunting story do you tell to this Tabrashan audience?
There'll be a hunting story of a magical beast that's been elusive to everyone who's ever attempted to hunt it. But one hunter one day came into like the town, and no one really knew who he was. But he went and hunted and slayed the magical beast. Let's say the deer.
Yeah.
And he brought the corpse of the deer back into town for everyone to see. And then he left without a trace.
Yeah. It's a classic archetype, the hero hunter that shows up, despite these being, humans. After you step down from the stool and begin to meld with the crowd again, they, you get told that they have very similar stories out here on the plains. For them, it's typically a horseman with a lance that hunts the beast, but they have tons of stories they call them bogateers, of these like wandering heroes who travel and slay dragons and worms and all sorts of magical creatures using a horseback and a lance. And so it's a very familiar archetype to them, and they have more questions about this story, and you have more hunting stories than these people have stories, period. You have told so many variations during your time of performance that it's just you can tell them until the evening grows late, and people will begin to get very drunk and very silly. And then for you, Zednius, you spend most of the evening speaking with Misko and his brother in Tabrashan. His brother especially starts to get a bit drunk throughout the evening. And eventually they kind of stumble on the conversation of what they like about Mythdosia. And Misko's brother starts to talk about Mythdosian statues for about 40 minutes, just talking about the beautiful artistry of them, and the fact that your statues look so much like real people, and the fact that they're made out of stone instead of out of wood. And he just talks about Mythdosian statuary for a really long time. He's a huge fan.
What's the city that has the Father Rixion statue?
It's Parla. It's the one on the
frontier.
I'll
say, well, if you I don't know, if you ever get the chance to go to Parla, that's where the best ones are.
There was Well, my brother, as you know, in Chancellor, he gets a lot of funds, and I actually tried to convince him that we should hire a Mythdosian sculptor to come here to Lubel to spruce up our temples and such, to the nature spirits and the spirit of the Azal River and such, and they declined it for religious reasons. But it's a real shame. I mean, imagine Lek Mizdagoff, the great conqueror of the plains, but in a Mythdosian style. It'd be incredible.
Oh, it would.
And eventually, Misko will lead his brother away. And As it gets even later, the kids have all been sent to bed by now. Some of the women have gone off, and some of the other people who don't live here in the in this particular longhouse, they go off. So soon enough, it's basically just Misko and his immediate family. And Tiberius is, kind of wrapping up for the evening. And Misko will say to you, Zednius,
Well, I hope tomorrow's battle goes well. Or I guess 2 days from now. I mentioned earlier that there are boyars who question the reason for our alliance with Mithdosica. It's not a vocal minority. It's quite a number of boyars within our principality. The Kiaje will never betray his allies, nor shall I. But I think that if we're reminded why we're even allies with Mithdosica in the first place, that'll go a long ways.
Do you think this assault with our assistance would help?
Of course, this would be the first victory gained on our soil. A mere 5 Mithdosians delivering us a victory that a legion couldn't. I think it'll go quite well.
Great display of strength.
He nods.
Great.
And late in the evening, just before midnight, the two of you, Tiberius and Zednius, you exit the house and make your way somewhat drunkenly back to your home. I guess not Tiberius, you're not intoxicated, but Zednius, a little bit sauced up. You make your way back to your home.
I mean, I would have been. I mean, I'm a Frumentari. I'm not going to get drunk, right?
Yeah, just a little bit sauced up. That's why I clarified. Neither of you are drunk. You're just a little bit sauced up. Well, Tiberius can't get drunk, but that's different. But so you guys make your way back to
I get drunk. That's sad.
yeah, biology and such and whatnot. So you guys make your way back to the bed and breakfast. You immediately collapse and go to bed. And it is a good night of sleep. And before we move into the following morning, I want to provide some, additional contextualization about what this means on the scale of the planes. So I'm going to bring us to the world map. Just so that we understand, I don't want to overstate how important it is, but I want you to know, how important this will be if it's successful. So the Battle of Kaloi, which takes place over here, was the first battle where Mithdosica fought against the dragon. In that battle, Mithdosica lost 18,000 men. So that is a pretty catastrophic loss. A couple of months ago, the second battle of Slat-Batosk happened, in which Mithdosica lost 35,000 men. And between those two battles, because that's about 4 years apart, there has been a number of other defeats where Mithdosica, in total across this war, has lost hundreds of thousands of troops. On the dragon's side, though, his losses have been incredibly minimal. There are some battles that he's been stalemated in, like the Battle of Kotol, which was pretty brutal. But the types of troops you'll be fighting, which are the elite spearhead of the Tibrashan military, the only time they've ever been damaged is during the Battle of Manzik, which is where the dragon himself was killed. And during that battle, they only lost 400 cavalry. So if you do this successfully, and you manage to kill every single one of this force, which is unlikely, but if it does happen, and you kill 600 riders of the Son of the Dragon, that would be a bigger defeat to this core, elite troops of the Tibrashan army than the Battle of Manzik, which is so far the biggest Mithdosian victory of the war. So, it'd be good. It'd be very good. Depending on how you measure it, raw numbers wise, it would be a lot smaller than other big battles. But in terms of how many of their elite troops you're going to kill, it would be the most successful battle of the war if it goes over well. So I guess we'll see. Is there anything else do any of you have short rest stuff, or are we just moving on to the next day?
Well, my arcane recovery, but
Sure, you can just do it.
yeah, I did.
Cool. So then the next morning, you guys wake up at the crack of dawn. You are delivered very simple biscuits and porridge. And then you make your way to the prince's palace. Again, very generous title. It's a glorified longhouse. But you make your way there. And you can find that out front of the prince's palace is Constantine, as he said he would be. Alongside him are about 100 soldiers. These are, by soldiers, we should be very clear because it's going to become important. These are boyars, meaning that they are individually equipped professional soldiers. So they have splint armor, they have horses, they have lances, they have shields. And when Constantine sees you guys, he will, approach you all while he's on horseback, you're on foot, and he'll say, "Greetings. Good morning, judges. I have spoken with the Kiaje. He's already awake for the day,
and I've been given permission to bring you to the armory, give you that chest that was granted, give you a look into that chest that was granted to us by Commander in the East, Augustius. I learned his title last night as well. And once we're done with that, we can do a review of the troops under your command.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Alrighty, where would you like to start? The armory or the supplies?
Let's check the supplies and see if this alters the plan.
He nods,
Yes.
and he will hop off his horse, and he'll walk over to a barracks building that is built next to the palace. It's a part of the complex of the Kiage's palace. He'll then
Also,
head past. Yeah.
I was just saying that maybe not to this guy, but to the rest of the party. It's incredibly obvious that Corvus is basically salivating over these scrolls.
He'll walk you guys into this barracks building, past about 16 other, professional soldiers that are just not on duty at the moment. And he'll lead you through an iron door into the room beyond. And in this room, there is a large, basically crate on the ground, and then 5 barrels. The barrels all have, Tabrashan script painted onto them, marking them as gunpowder. And then he'll give you access to the large chest, basically the crate. So there are 5 gunpowder barrels. And these are the scrolls that are inside of the crate.
5 what?
5, gunpowder barrels?
Oh, yeah.
And then that. The total of 33 scrolls.
Oh, disappointing. That's so low level, but hey, I'll
Scrolls
take
of
what I can get.
shield, Scrolls of fog cloud.
Wait, scrolls of shield. Can you even cast scrolls as a reaction in your world, Harkon?
Yes,
Because by default you can't.
you can, yeah.
1 scroll of fireball.
If it's equipped in your hand, you're allowed to do that.
Okay. So
Would it
web
be
is good.
possible for us to put the gunpowder kegs underneath the bridge so we could just blow them
You
up
can't
at
blow
the
the bridge.
optimal time? Huh?
We need
You can't blow the bridge. It has been explicitly banned by the commander in the east to destroy these 2 bridges. It's why Constantine has this wacky plan rather than just blowing every bridge across the Azov River. Because one day you're going to want to go advance against the Son of the Dragon, and you're going to need those bridges.
That's fair.
Just get a bridge crew.
So true. Just build a wooden bridge in one evening like the Romans.
And have your guys run it down.
Yeah, dude, he's so Way of Kings pilled. But yeah, so that's why the bridge can't be blown. Because they need it. So does this change the
Makes
plan?
a lot of sense. I don't think it does.
Great. Then Constantine's going to
scrolls of
bring you
sandals.
guys. He's going to give that crate to you. Actually, he'll leave it there. It's really heavy, but it's yours now since you went along with the plan. And by yours, yeah, you're supposed to use this on the mission. To be clear, it is for the mission, but if there's anything left over, you can also have it. Then he will take you over to the armory, which you exit this room, head into another iron door. This one is secured by a lock, which he will undo, and you see a little arcane glyph, pop up on the key as he tilts it and heads inside. Inside this room, you find a very large amount of mithril weaponry and armor. And Constantine kind of turns around after he's taken, 10 steps into the room and says,
Now, we've been fighting this war for a long time. 4 years, and during that time, many of our auxiliaries serving in the legions have sent some of the finer pieces they've captured back to the Kiage as tokens of their fealty to him and out of honor. So I believe, as of last count, practically any weapon and any piece of armor you can think of, we have in some form of mithril. We can provide them to you. Not arrows and expendable things. Those the Kiage wishes to keep for the defense of the city if it's ever needed. But spears, armor, the like.
It's terrible. Well, of course, we naturally we don't get to keep these, right?
Is the Kiage's gift to you if the battle is successful?
I'm gonna flash my eyes. Is anything in here?
Wait,
no, it's not
Special?
magical, it's just mithril.
wait. He said this is the Kiage's gift to us.
If the battle's successful, yeah.
The armory.
No. The pieces that you select from it.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say that Because holy,
Yeah,
that
that'd
could
be a lot of
fund
money.
so much for the Sons of the Republic.
Yeah, no. Basically, each of you,
You
if
guys
there's
don't
any,
need funding anymore.
no, they do.
No, we
dude.
do,
Yeah, they
actually.
only had 30 million. They need way more than that to overthrow the government.
Yeah, come on, man. The grind
I
I
never
thought it was
stops.
300 mil.
Maybe the point is they always need more. It's the world's strongest government.
It's not even $1 billion yet, okay?
So true. Actually, that's a good point. I don't even think you could raise one legion with that much. But yeah, so inside this room, there is mithril spears, mithril swords, mithril daggers, mithril breastplates, mithril, whatever. There's also a couple of Hydra studded leather things. There's a couple of red metal spears, red metal axes, things like that. This is just the collected most valuable war loot of a country that's been at war for 4 years. So, is there any pieces that you guys need that you do not currently have, like a mithril dagger, mithril armor, something like that?
I presume there's no like plastic here, right?
No, this is all military shit
What
that was
is-
sent back to the Kyaji as tribute.
What is wait? It's light armor, medium armor.
Okay. What about medium armor?
I have a breastplate. I don't know if there's something better.
Can you
Breastplate is the
equip
best
medium armor? No, the best medium
can't
armor
equip
is
medium.
half plate. Oh, okay.
Wait, isn't that half plate?
Oh, then can I do half plate?
Half plate
Do they
is
have
medium, yeah. They have a mithril half plate.
But do they have that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll put that on.
Okay. That is going to weigh 20 pounds. It's going to give you disadvantage on stealth. It's going to give you 16 AC plus Dex mod. I'll add one to your sheet.
Okay. I'll
Anything
just
else?
take the breastplate off.
Alright,
I think
breastplate is just no stealth
there's-
disadvantage.
Yeah. Hangy, what do you
I
want?
think Tiberius would need any light armor at all.
Yeah, you are a naked boy. Well, not literally
Studded
naked,
Hydra
but
leather.
yeah.
Put him in chainmail.
Mithril half plate. Put him in chainmail. Okay, there you go, Yogi. Mithril
Wait,
half
can
plate.
you wear chainmail without proficiency?
Awesome.
No, not without proficiency, but I think he has light armor proficiency. Oh, you're right. Chainmail is heavy.
Heavy.
I just meant put metal on him because I feel like he
Burn him
gets
alive,
stunned by
Giga
it.
Chad.
Yeah, put a silver armor on him and it just fucking deflates.
Yeah, put on this cold iron this cold iron vest, please.
It's
But
like
yeah.
the scene in Lord of the Rings where he puts the ring in Frodo's hand after it was in a fire, but it's the like, meme edit where it's actually burning.
Oh, actually, if you're looking for
quite
studded
cool.
leather, they actually have a dragon hide studded leather armor that they got from a
Oh my God.
champion of the dragon that they killed.
How is that different?
Dragon hide, it gives you
Yeah.
resistance. Since this is blue dragon hide, it gives you resistance to lightning damage and +2 AC.
Ooh, I'm taking that.
That's
Well,
holy
Tiberius said he
shit.
was looking for light armor, and there's only one of them, so you guys should figure out how you want to split it up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is there
Well, what
is
if you
Hydra
can?
studded leather just +1 over normal studded leather?
Correct, yeah.
And there's plenty of those?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take one of those then.
Okay.
These are ours to keep?
If you win the battle, yeah. If you live.
Is there
I don't
any
think
dank
Tiberius
daggers?
made the super cool
There are no
armor.
dank daggers. No, there's just mithril daggers.
Wait, I thought you said there was red metal dagger.
Let me double check. I know there are red metal. I just
What's
don't remember
red
if there's
metal?
specifically a dagger. Red metal is
You'll be-
+2.
Ooh.
It's made by the dwarves. There you
Is
go,
there
Dota.
a
I just
red-
unequipped the studded leather that you had previously and added the Hydra studded to your sheet.
Thank you.
And then Tiberius, are you taking the blue dragon hide studded leather?
No.
Okay. Then Prometheus is taking it.
Blue dragon.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Question, Prometheus?
Yes, yes.
Prometheus,
yes,
yeah,
I'm
put
Alrighty,
that on.
cool.
I was gonna say that must be like worth a fortune.
Well, it's priceless.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's not so much what it's worth, it's just literally priceless. Okay, blue dragon hide armor. Other magical item.
Might be worth more than the entire.
This serves as
fire.
plus studded leather armor +2 and provides resistance to lightning damage. Now, when you pick this piece, as you like pick it up, Prometheus, and examine it, Constantine will walk over and say,
I was there when that was taken. We took it during the Battle of Manzik. I don't know if you heard the stories, but the dragon and his retinue made this mad dash attempting to kill your consuls and such. I hear that they succeeded, but the flank of the battle that I was on, there was a man who flew a sub-banner of the dragon. I personally decapitated him and took his sword as a trophy for myself, and that was the armor that he wore. You see that blood stain there? That's from the blood that pumped from the stump of his neck.
Very fascinating, and good on you. And I'll give him a hard pat.
Yeah. Okay. 1 sec. Just doing
What
some
level are the
adjustments.
magic missile scrolls?
They're all, every scroll there is going to be at the default level. None of them are
Okay.
unique in that regard. Okay, so I'm going to give Tiberius some studded leather Hydra studded leather armor, and then I'm going to do. I'll talk to someone about a dagger. I don't remember who said that, to be honest. Someone asked me about a dagger.
I
That
believe
was me. I was just getting.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I was just getting jealous. I was like, is that a really cool dagger? Is that a really cool dagger?
Yeah,
If
there
there's
is
a
a
red
red.
metal
So I
dagger.
double checked. Yeah, there is a red metal dagger. Yeah.
Pog, I'll take one. I'll probably
Um,
never ever use it, but it's dang.
Well, that's yeah. So I think as you go for it, Constantine's going to give you an eyebrow and say,
You fight with daggers?
In an emergency, I prefer not to have to go up close, but
Well then, for a beginner, and he hands you a mithril dagger, this will be better, and it's lighter weight.
Owned.
okay.
I'm assuming the scrolls of darkness are not useful for anyone besides Grania.
they
What?
should be useful for everyone because they're scrolls of darkness.
I thought they cast
I'm
them on
pretty
the
sure in
user.
Harkon's world, any class can cast any scroll.
Wait, does darkness cast it on the user?
No.
No, it's from a point you choose.
No,
Thank
no,
God.
no.
I was gonna say that'd be awful. Jesus. No, yeah, it's a point you choose.
So we could blind like the front of the bridge or something, or
Yeah,
like,
you can block
structure
line
board?
of sight of archers to your position.
Yeah, darkness is on the spell list of sorcerer, warlock, and wizard. So even
Yeah,
if
but
it
anyone
was
can
just
cast
the
these scrolls, so it
classes-
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. That'd be really good if we could blind the whole bridge by using darkness.
Did we ever get an
and fog
answer of
scrolls.
why wizards don't create armies of peasants with magic missile scrolls?
Because it takes. Well, one,
Expensive.
where do you think? Well, one, first of all, where do you think all these scrolls came from? This is from wizards making them, and then two, it's because it costs like a fortune to make spell scrolls and takes several days. So a wizard, a 9th level wizard, which are already rare, working an entire year could make 360 magic missile scrolls, which is not an effective battle strategy.
Okay.
Because also it's 50 gold per scroll minimum. So that's like, I don't even know the math on
Yeah.
that, but it's like $1.3 million for a one-time use magic missile when instead you could have just trained all those peasants to like, use a crossbow
Yeah, or like a spear,
Yeah.
which is just so
or
much
something.
cheaper.
Yeah, that's why most spell scroll efforts go into like shield for personal protection of wizards and then fireballs for killing mass numbered of troops instead of like
Yeah,
magic
I
missiles.
think all of us.
Magic
should
missiles
take,
and
like, at least
shield-
1 or 2 shields.
Yeah, those two scrolls exist literally just to kill other spellcasters. That is the only two purpose of those two scrolls: to protect spellcasters and to kill spellcasters.
Also,
Grania
with
will take any of the scrolls, to be honest with you.
Alrighty.
Also, I'd like to inform everybody that if possible, it would be cool if we could preserve at least 1 scroll of darkness and web, so I could add those to my repertoire. The rest, I don't really care all that much about Gust of Wind and Fog Cloud. So if we need to use them, use them.
Is Fog Cloud, how different is that from Darkness? Does it like fill the same role in this battle?
Well,
believe it
one,
could
it's lower
be-
level, and then two,
It could be
it
blown
can't be
away,
seen
I
through.
believe.
Well, it can be blown away, but it also can't be seen through. So there's a lot of things that can see through darkness, like warlocks or true sight or blind
yeah,
sight.
but probably not what
Um,
we're about to come across. At least in the
Probably
first
not,
part.
but yeah, fog cloud that doesn't work like that because fog cloud is just heavily obscured. I don't think there's anything other than blind sight that can see through heavily obscuring.
That's more for like
Um,
running away, whereas darkness you could still fight in.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
But Darkness is a lower level, and we're trying to like.
Wait,
hide
is
our
Fog
power
Cloud?
level.
Well, darkness is.
Fog Cloud
lower
also
level.
lasts way
Oh,
longer.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh.
You don't
Fog
wanna
cloud
try
is
that.
lower
Lasts
than
up to an
darkness,
hour.
and yeah, it lasts a lot longer. Okay, cool. It sounds like we don't need anything else from the armory then.
Oh,
So,
well, I was
Constantine.
gonna ask 2 things.
Sure.
Oh wait, I forgot what never mind.
Base.
Feel dank,
Constantine will take. Feels dank, man. Constantine will take us out to the muster area, and have you guys meet with the troops that will be assigned to you. There are 4 officers here and 16 knights. That is a total of 20 troops. They're separated into 4 contingents. This is mostly a one-sided introduction of Constantine introducing you guys to this. He'll say, "These are 4 Lord Judges of the Empire. You can treat them like they're giving you direct orders. You know your duty, it's been explained to you. But in terms of tactical abilities, you should listen to these judges as if the words came from my mouth. They will fight for the absolute interests of Lubelskie, and during this battle you are comrades." And the 20 or so assembled men will nod, and Constantine will look at you and say, "So, for the rest of today, until about 4 in the afternoon, you can review the supplies. At the moment, we have some wicker shields, we have supplies to build a watchtower, and we're having some of the men carving stakes that can be used if the enemy uses a large cavalry charge. So, if there's anything else you'd like, or if you would like to discuss tactics, these men are at your disposal, but at 4, you need to start making your way southward. You're going to be going on foot, not on horseback. Horses kick up dust, which may tip off Huba's forces that were redeploying troops in the direction of the Mithdosica Bridge. So you have to march the 12 miles on foot. You should get there just around nightfall. You'll be working throughout the evening to build the fortifications, and then the following morning the battle will come. I'll still be around for the rest of the day, but is there any immediate questions that you have?"
Is he talking to us?
Yes.
How wide is the river, and how deep?
Unfortunately, it is not that wide this time of year. Going into October, it's when it gets to its, well, not its shallowest, but quite close. It's about 20 feet across, but it's quite rapid in the section that you'll be going to. The reason the Mithdosica Bridge was built in the first place is that those rapids are going to be difficult to navigate. But if the enemy chooses to go up or downstream by quite a bit, they will be able to ford the river and attack you from the flanks. But considering how flat the plains are, you should be able to get advanced warning if that is to happen.
How long is the bridge?
He thinks for a moment. Perhaps 30 feet across.
30 feet
Wait,
across. And how wide?
20.
20 by 30. So those fog clouds and darkness should be able to cover a majority of them.
You should also have the full evening to, take account of the bridge and figure out the details of your plans once you can see the terrain yourself.
Understood.
He nods, and he'll ride off because he needs to go prepare the rest of the garrison, which is about 800 men for the upcoming battle. So, at the moment...
One more question.
Yeah.
Is the bridge, what's the material?
Wood.
That's pretty important.
He will go and begin the duties of rallying the garrison, and the 20 men under your command will look up you guys expectantly. So, at the moment, the current plan is that they will carry the wood, the nails, the boards, all that stuff to build a watchtower. They will also bring 4 wicker shields, which will give you guys some cover. Four people will be able to take cover, and they're going to bring stakes to hammer stuff into the ground. Is there any other fortifications related equipment that you would like them to bring that they can bring?
Can they bring shovels for digging?
Sure.
What is it? So do you think they could build a, what is it called, a trench in time, or no?
Depends on how big you want the trench to be. You have 8 hours, roughly. Well, I guess so. Sun goes down at 8, and then... Yeah, you about... Oh, no, it's October, so you'd have more 12 hours. So you have 12 hours of, manual labor out of them. The watchtower, the wicker shields, and the stakes, all of that combined should take about 4 or 5 hours. So that leaves you 6 or 7 hours of manual labor to get out of these guys. So it just depends on how big you want this trench to be and how deep you want it to be.
I want... enough. How much is enough? Would they be able to get us 3/4 cover if we were? What is it?
Let me look it up. So you guys are 6 feet tall, so 3/4 cover would be 4 feet. Work crew excavation rates. Luckily, because we had World War I, we actually have very good data on how much earth a person can move. How much earth can a person move in an hour?
Corvus, you don't have
A
like
little over 3 cubic
dirt
feet.
moving.
So cubic feet, 20 times
Um,
3, 60 cubic feet. Oh yeah, you could build like. So it's 60
No
cubic
dirt
feet, and then
moving
you
in
have
my
7
parts.
hours from them. So you can get 420 cubic feet. So that's like, yeah, you could easily get 3/4 cover. You could get like 3/4 cover because it's 6 feet deep, so it's 5 times. Yeah, you could easily get a whole trench that's 3/4 cover.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Sure.
Are we going to
Um,
like shoot at them? Are we like starting with all of us being ranged?
Just so you
Should I
know, the
get a
men under your command
crossbow?
do not have ranged weapons, but
Okay.
they
I was
have
gonna ask,
lances and warhammers.
dudes, are
Yeah.
they using or sorry, wearing like mithril stuff?
No. So I can actually show you these tokens. You've
These
actually
are
fought these exact stat
bozos.
blocks before, because you guys have
I
killed
was
Tibrashans
wondering if
before.
like
So this
I
is
was just wondering
a.
if like because they're part of the quote unquote elite squad, if they got like mithril
They're not.
blinged out.
No. They're not a part of the elite squad. That was the plan. You're right. The plan originally was to have the 20 most elite men hold the bridge. Now that they have imperial judges, they've given you guys just generic boyars. The rest of the most elite troops are going to be with Commander Constantine and leading the vanguard for when they attack the Sons of the Dragon. So the two
Do
types
you have
of
an archer?
no.
Sorry.
You do not currently have an archer. The 2 units you have under your command are Tibrashan officer. You have 4 of these. They have plate armor and warhammers. And then you have Tibrashan knights who have splint armor, a shield, lance, and warhammer. So they're both roughly 18 to 19 AC. 19 for the knights, 18 for the officers, and both of them have warhammers for melee engagements. So, any other fortifications related things that we would like?
So I was wondering if it's possible to have a tripwire or like a rope.
What would you tie it
that-
to?
The bridge. So my idea is basically, I'm gonna use a draw real quick.
Sure.
If we're looking at the bridge in a cross section,
Uh-huh.
this is the bridge.
Okay.
Then we'd have a rope. I'm gonna use a different color. Tied to it like here.
Oh, I understand the
lying
idea.
across
Unfortunately, this
here.
doesn't work because it's a flat bridge. There's no guardrails.
No what?
There's no guardrails on the bridge. It's just a flat bridge.
Well, we've nails, right?
There, you will be bringing nails, yeah.
Yeah, so we nail it into here.
Oh, sure. You just have like exposed nails. that
And
have a
then we
wire
have
tied
it
across them.
hang off here, and it's gonna be loose at first.
Okay.
And then we have like some weight hanging on here, and then we have somebody shoot this, so the weight.
Yeah, falls and makes the thing get pulled
Falls.
taut. Okay.
Yep.
You can, yeah, that's weight-wise, that's actually very easy to carry because you can use stones from the river as your weight, so you don't need to actually
Yes.
bring those, and then you can just bring like string. So yeah, that is very achievable. Okay, so shovels. Is there anything else, or are we good?
Oh, I forgot to ask. Could I take 2 scrolls of shield?
I think I'm gonna, just so we don't accidentally have like double accounting, I'm gonna nominate Heko as the grand poobah of the scrolls. Assume that they're all on his person, and then Heko, you should add those to your sheet so we don't lose track of them, and then you can hand them out to people
Okay.
as they request them because I don't want to
Adding
do
them
the
to my
accounting for
sheet.
that. Thank you. Also, someone should add the. I'm gonna pick you. Don't add the weight. Just add the 5 gunpowder barrels to your sheet so you remember that you have them.
I'll do it.
Great. Perfect. It'll be carried by the men under your command. Also, I have to pass this on. Chowder says that you should press peasants along the way into service and have them dig trenches for you.
This is a good idea.
This is not a good
It's
idea for
actually
so
not.
many reasons, but that is the idea that he passed
We're
along.
already not too keen on.
Yeah, they're not
Mythosians
Mythosians. You can't do that. That's just called slavery.
Okay, but they probably don't want their farming ecosystem destroyed by these riders.
Yeah, so that means you would offer them. That's not pressing them into service.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You could ask, hey, do you want to come help us dig some trenches? But that's a different thing than forcibly kidnapping them.
Um. We should bring like a few bags for like sandbag lines. We can procure
Why
the
would you need
sand
sandbags?
there. Cover?
Yeah, but you can just use dirt. The reason why sandbags exist in real life is because we have bullets, which will pierce straight through a lot of forms of cover, but they don't have bullets, so you're fine.
Yeah, but they have crossbow bolts, which can just like, if you just use dirt, you can just knock that shit over, right?
No. I think you're going to be fine. I think trenches will be more than sufficient. You also have those wicker shields that
No,
you're
I wasn't
bringing.
thinking trenches. I was thinking I want barricades on the bridge that top down.
Oh.
You played a tower defense game, right?
I have, yeah. I think that to build a full barricade on the bridge, that's like, that would be... So, like, if we're allotting time, currently we're building a trench, we're building a watchtower, we're building these wicker shields, we're building these stakes. Those 4 things are taking up almost all of your time. If you want to build the barricade, you're getting rid of the trenches, because that's like, the barricade, the reason why that's so intensive is mostly because you have to carry a bunch of extra shit. You need to bring bags, you need to bring boards, you need to bring nails, you need to bring hammers, you need to bring glue, you need to bring everything to build like a proper barricade. That would be more intensive than anything else that you're currently building.
I would be okay with a barricade instead of a trench, because that actually can like slow them down somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think, like choke pointing them.
And then
Okay,
we could
if we would like to
hide
do a
behind
barricade, then that means we're done, because we
And
got
I'd also
all of our
think
time used
that-
up and our weight used up.
Is there a way we could, like, actually just hire some peasants to help us with the manual labor and
You could
leave
go
way
speak to
before the fighting
Constantine
starts?
if you want, yeah.
Yeah, so ask if there's a way to hire
Sure.
some laborers.
Yeah, you ride over to
job was-
Constantine. He's in a sort of impromptu command post as he starts to levy all of these troops of the city. You know, these are people who are citizens, like normal people, but now they're being raised for military service to go fight this battle. And as you ride over, he'll, put a halt to that, and he'll approach. And after he hears your proposal, he'll say, "Well, we were planning on not using any levied forces for this. The Kiage was trying to use only the professional troops, but if you think it's strictly necessary, there's 3 villages along the path. I could have their boyars sent forward, and they could grab any fighting-age young men and send them to the bridge. They would be
not about
inexperienced."
fighting. We don't need them for fighting, just for basic labor.
I
to
understand
prepare
that.
the
We can't
defenses.
draft boys that are too young for fighting age. It's against the
Understandable.
Boyers
Yes.
Pact.
Yes, I just want the people to know that they're under no risk of harm to them.
Well, they are under risk, to be clear. Even if they're only there to help you build fortifications, the Sons of the
So,
Dragon will
under
not
small
distinguish.
one, hopefully.
All right. Well, my guess is that you'll get about no more than 10. The villages, specifically along the Azov River, have been very heavily levied over the last couple of years. Most of the men who were of fighting age joined up with the auxiliaries in the Imperial Legions because they pay much better than we can.
Fair.
So, anything else?
Oh, did Corvus change into peasant's clothes yet? Or
Nope.
I have.
Oh, okay, he has.
I have marked on my sheet my battle mage
Oh,
wizard
huge.
robes are not equipped.
And then, Granny, are you going to be rolling up in combat in your, noblewoman's clothes or in your wizard robe?
Wizard robes, unless someone says something.
I think I would. We're gonna want to think these were a bunch of peasants.
I thought we already said that the wizard robes aren't going to be seen as dangerous because they're.
No,
also
they are, to be
colored
clear,
green.
it's seen as, I was comparing it directly
It is
to War
dangerous,
Mage.
but War
Yeah.
Mages is sending their
Yeah.
entire army, whereas this
Yeah.
is just like, oh, this might be a stronger
Oh yeah, in
fight.
that case, we should get
Yeah.
yourself.
War Mage
if
is
you
like
have
death,
them-
we're gonna kill every single person here and target that guy above everything else. Like, every
you-
single
you
attack
can
will
wear
be
What
armor.
about
for the entire combat.
what about a guy in dragon leather armor and a guy in full?
Yeah,
or
those would
half
draw a lot of
full
attention for
plate?
sure, yeah. But if they're not seen as spellcasters, they're gonna draw us, because again, the best fighter in the world can still only kill 3 guys around, when he attacks, but a single mage can kill literally hundreds. So it's just, they're not even in the same weight class.
You don't need proficiency to use a crossbow in your world, right? A light one. Did I remember that correctly from the homebrew world?
Let me check. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. It's gotten too much. That's why I write this shit down now.
Yeah, as it says, it does not require proficiency
Perfect, there
to
you
use
go.
light crossbow, heavy crossbow.
If it's written down, it's true.
Yeah.
Oh, I
There were
remember why
no
I did this now.
mithril lighter heavy crossbows, I assume. That's not a thing.
No, but one, if it's a light crossbow that's made out of mithril, it doesn't actually help. You need mithril bolts, and two, they
Exactly.
specifically said they would not give you ammunition that was mithril.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Yogi, to answer your question that you DM'd me, when you identified it, what you'll figure out is that this ink causes anything written down with it to be immediately forgotten by the author. So if you, for
Anything
example, write
written to
down,
be
my name is
immediately
Zednius,
forgotten.
you would forget that your name is Zednius.
Okay.
Wait, you would actually like permanently forget it, or you would forget
Yes.
that you wrote it down?
You would forget that you knew that information ever.
That's crazy.
So then, can we tell which ink is that on the notes? Did she forget all of what her notes said on all three?
It doesn't look like this ink has ever been used. It's still full.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
Wait, can somebody write like? No, it's a bodily reflex. You can't write down "I know how to breathe" and then he's just die, right?
No, that.
So-
No, that's not how that would work. Yeah, it's a dude. That's so funny.
I was about to say, like, in what
That's so
context you have to
funny.
write it? Because if I just sign my name,
Yeah, you would forget your name. You're fucked.
really? Huh?
Yeah, don't use that ink.
It's just
But you could trick someone into doing it.
You could try, yeah, for sure. Though to be fair, it's obvious that it's not normal ink. It smells like horrible. It's like bluish, like blackish. It kind of bubbles a little bit.
Just
like no one
start
would.
with, I know what ink is. Just start with that. Easy.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying, no one would ever mistake this for normal writing ink if they've ever even seen ink before.
Well, you would force them, obviously, in the Third of Death.
Also, who has the quill? Because if you also identified that, that has magical properties too.
Oh,
oh, I have
I
it.
think Zednius. Oh, never mind.
All right. The quill.
All I know is that I didn't get it, Guru.
When used to draw, the quill consumes normal ink, but when it when you write with it, at will you can change the color of that ink.
Oh.
It's one of those dank pens you had as a child.
Yeah,
all
one of
the
the, with like the
different-
8 little things that you can press
Yes.
down. Yeah.
Oh, why'd you start getting aggressive about that?
I like it, dude. Also, what do we ever do with the scroll of alarm and the 2 scrolls of glyph of warding? Who has those?
I do.
Okay.
Wait, you have Cliff of
Are they on your sheet?
Yeah, they're on my sheet.
I
They
want
better
this
be, because
from-
if not, he didn't have them.
It was from the lady's house that we visited.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Everybody, I'm the bozo of scrolls. So
No,
everybody who
no,
wants
that's not an
scrolls, tell
official
me.
title. That was just for bookkeeping. Don't use that as a way. You little gremlin. Don't use that as a way to get other people's scrolls.
No, I'm just saying, if anybody who wants scrolls, tell me now so I can mark it down.
Oh, for that. Okay, I thought you were gonna be like, give me all of your scrolls.
No, I was gonna try and leverage that shit. No.
Bozo of scrolls,
I'm
self-proclaimed.
just the. Yeah,
Could
that's
I
like a
have
bozo.
2 scrolls of shield, please?
I'll mark that down.
Mayhaps.
Any
even-
magic
But you have to have it
Scrolls?
in your hand, right? So that means
Yes.
you wouldn't be dual wielding.
Correct.
Okay, that's a pretty
Well,
big mistake I made
Okay.
here already.
Yeah.
He also really only uses his flame tongue anyways. I don't even know why I do wills, to be honest.
Because it's cool.
It is cool.
That's
It's just that
cool.
side weapon does like no damage ever.
Well,
Why
It's
didn't
the
he
flame
grab
tongue.
the-
It was a
the
regular
dwarven
rapier
dagger?
up until last session.
I know, and it still didn't do anything last session either. It didn't do anything
Yeah, fuck
ever.
you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You saw.
Also, I wanted to see what Chowder was saying, so I typed Chowder into my fucking search engine. I'm so stupid.
Oh god.
Dude, yeah, dude,
Me googling where my phone is.
Dude, earlier today, I was looking for a really specific handouts in my notes, and so I popped open Google and I typed in the name of the handout.
Yeah, it's like
I do that shit all the time. I'm like, Hethanian governmental system, and then I look around for it, and I'm like, why am I not seeing anything?
Yeah, I typed in antiquity and Valoros into Google, and I was like, wait, what? Where's my handout?
Yeah, type like an extremely common phrase that's like the name of like a card in some game, and you're like, huh, why is it like showing up like that?
Yeah.
Like I remember I was like looking for Path of Exile, and I was typing like crossbow. I'm like, yeah, No, that's not how that works.
Oh yeah,
Or ballista or something.
Yeah, ballista.
Yeah. So it's a real thing, you idiot.
Yeah, it's funny.
The amount of times I fucked up and just typed something and said in Valoros and been like, that's not.
Where Valoros wiki.
So true.
Just
Hey, do you
gotta
guys want to make it more
create
fun to you?
Valoros LLM, you know.
Yeah, so true. Okay,
Plug in all
so
the handouts.
is there anything else that you guys need from the city while we're here?
Well, I want Hegal to like just kind of spy on some of the. I'm a little bit paranoid that we were going to get betrayed. So
Yeah, they are
I
giving
just
you
want to-
tons of like carrots and stuff. This seems to be they're being too nice.
Yeah, and drunk guy told me, hey, you know, me and my brother wouldn't betray you, but everyone else might. So
Yeah, they did say that.
I'd like to you know, check on
So does
everyone else.
Hegal
that
speak
might
to
betray
Brashen?
us.
It's a really interesting question,
Probably
isn't it?
doesn't, but
Yeah, I
could-
also had
I
that
could
realization.
find I could have a back room and listen.
Yeah, and you could look through his eyes and then it's fine. But I had this realization that all those times you listen in on conversation. Now, when you're looking through Hetegal's eyes, it's totally different. And I don't know if... Here's the question. Was there ever a time that Hetegal transferred to you the contents of a conversation that you were not directly looking through his eyes for? I don't know if that ever happened, but if it did, that probably shouldn't have, because he only speaks some languages. I'm not going to list them all, but he doesn't speak Mythos, and he definitely doesn't speak Brashen.
Right.
But yeah, if you look through his eyes, obviously you can understand it. So, all of the organizational stuff here, like, they're not going to be talking about specific plans. Everyone here is absorbed with basically levying an entire city, you know, the entire town garrison for battle. So, like, people are getting equipped, horses are being prepared. I mean, one little detail that gets slipped is that the garrison of the city is 800 men, which sounds good because you outnumber, you know, the people that you'll be fighting. However, only 300 of those are cavalrymen, and you're taking 20 of them. So only 280 of those 800 are actually cavalrymen, which means that when at that 5-hour mark, when, you know, the big battle starts, it will be roughly 600 of Huba's riders versus 280 of Lubelskie. So the goal is that you guys bloody the shit out of Huba's riders, because if they're like full strength, it's going to be a 2-to-1 battle. Which
So
would
we
be,
got to do some like heavy magic once the riders show up.
Yeah, well, you should probably do it in advance to that. Like, once they fully committed to fighting you, you should just start throwing out every fucking spell you have to kill as many of them as humanly possible.
I'm one right
gotcha.
away. I only have one 5th level slot, and I don't have Wall of Force prepared.
Well, it is what it is.
Oh, by the way, could I get a scroll of magic missile?
Yep, no problem.
There's 10 of them? Let me get 3
Yep.
of them, motherfucker.
You read the
I
number.
mean, you're gonna be in melee most of the time for your actions, but you can have 3, sure. You don't need them. You don't need them.
You know, Yogi, this kind of
I
reminds
better
me
have
of...
them and not need them the other way around.
Remember in Broken Bones and Bodies when we transitioned from, like, being a gang to, like, launching a coup against the government, and, like, every single session, you guys were like, wait a minute, we're making so much money, and then you're like, oh yeah, we're overthrowing government. $1 million isn't actually that much when it comes to, like, you know, launching a coup. Like, I remember there was that session where you went to Galadriel, and you're like, oh my god, we got a magical item, that's crazy. Oh wait, we need like dozens of these to equip all of our guys like properly. Like, it was just a total like change in scale, and this is kind of like that, where you guys are like, oh my god, 10 scrolls, that's crazy, but also you'll be fighting an army of 600 men. So 10 scrolls isn't really that much.
Can only spellcasters use scrolls?
No, anyone can.
I'd like a web scroll, I think.
I'll give you one of the 2 web scrolls, yeah.
I would strongly recommend not equipping the 20 men under your command with scrolls, because then you're relying on me to remember who has what, and I will not, and they will just fight normally.
Yeah, so we should,
thought we could
should
actually
spread
control
out
them.
our scrolls amongst us.
The
That's
reason
what I
you
was
will not
mainly
be
thinking.
controlling them is because you guys take way too long to take your turns. I'm sorry. We would be here for
And they're gonna
17
control us.
hours.
That's why. We're gonna get TPK'd right here. Tiberius, figure out how to stop it.
No, Tiberius is actually in on it too. He's been lying this entire
Oh,
time. He's not even a
no.
Fey guy. He's a Tarashian. He's actually loyal to the Son of the Dragon this whole time.
Oh my
He
god.
is the son of the dragon.
He is the Son of the Dragon. He's actually just the dragon. He's the corpse. He's like walking around and chatting. That's why he's not, you know, getting drunk, because he's dead.
The Bear
Prometheus would
King
have
brought
the
him back.
biggest seizure of his whole life if that was the case.
I mean, wait a minute. It all makes
Siege
sense.
of
The
his
Son of
whole
the
life.
Dragon's a young guy.
The Tiberius is a young, handsome guy. Oh my god! And holy shit!
Yeah, he's very young. That's why he calls the place the Boglands.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Okay.
So I'm not gaining any like any intel on.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't wait to kill these dirty Mithdosians.
No
That
one
could
says
be-
that. No.
Very
Okay.
good. I'm
'Cause it's a
kind of
little,
worried
yeah.
that we had that.
Yeah, I mean, like even knowing that didn't happen, I'm still a bit worried.
Yeah, that's fair. Can't trust these Tabrashans, man.
Yeah.
Can't have shit on the planes.
Can't have shit on the planes.
Gotta be my least favorite.
They stole my goddamn porch. Can't have shit on the planes. Okay. Anything else we need here in Lubel before we begin to march on foot to the Mithdosica Bridge?
We have rations, right?
Do you?
Yeah,
Great.
I've got 62 on my
12 of
horse.
them.
Great. You're spending
You
one
say
night, so
62? Okay, yeah, we're good.
I think those are all Maximuses. Or
Yeah,
Maximize.
I thought-
No, I had a large cache when we found somewhere that.
Wait,
was
are they on your horse?
Yeah.
Because you're not bringing your horses.
Oh, yeah, they're on my horse,
Oh.
but the horses are in the city, right? So we can
Yep. You're leaving them in the city.
grab a few.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many do I need to remove?
Well, Permius said he has 12, which is enough for the party, so I don't even know if you need to do that at all.
Permius is fine then.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
The people we're like going with are like cavalrymen, right?
They're marching on foot, but yes, they are cavalrymen.
Oh, I thought that.
The reason you are all going on foot, to be clear again, is because when you travel in the plains, especially this time of year where all the grass is dead, you kick up dust clouds. And if you have 20 horses, 24 horses traveling southward, it will make a incredibly obvious dust cloud. And during daytime, because you guys are leaving in the early afternoon, it may be spotted by one of the scouts across the river, and then they'll know that 20 guys are making their way to the Mithdosica Bridge, which would be
What about
if they-
packing mule?
no, any form of like
Okay.
non-human thing. Even humans will kick up dust. They just kick up less dust.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to be very clear. Once we leave Lubel and we get to the bridge, there is not going to be like, oh, actually, we would have brought this thing. So, right now, we have
Rope?
plans to build... Okay, well, if you want this to be carried by the group, I need to know what it's for. If you guys want to personally carry it, that's fine. Because what I have right now is we are doing a tripwire. We're doing stakes. We are doing wicker shields, a watchtower, and a barricade on the bridge. That is what your men are bringing. And that's going to be their entire evening, building those 5 things. So if there's anything you want to personally carry, you should add it to your sheet because it'll be provided to you.
I have a
Any
question.
of our men have crossbows on them.
No.
No. So,
None of
so
them
the
have any
plan
range
is
weapons. At least,
we
like,
we fight off this
one or two
army.
of
If you
those.
guys retreat, say, hey, we could totally get these guys if we just send a few more.
Yeah.
And then they send a big amount of troops and we blow them all up. Should we need to have the barrels hidden behind the trenches so when like they start retreating,
You're not
we
doing
can use
trenches
those
anymore. You
barrels
guys
as a
decided to build a barricade instead.
Okay, then them behind the
Build them down.
barricade or somewhere not visible, right?
Sure.
So that we could move them to the
Okay.
other side of the bridge while they're regrouping.
To answer your question, Hecko, the reason they're not going to use crossbows is because their dex is not particularly good. It'd be a +2 to hit.
What about throwing spears?
That is the...
Javelins?
Oh, you're right. That would be strength-based. That is
Javelins.
not a bad idea. Yeah, they could equip every
It's
one
not
of
a
your guys
good
with 2
range,
javelins.
but it
Yeah, it's
might
30
help.
feet. But yeah, no, that would work. Yeah, they could do 2 javelins per guy. I'll add javelins to their sheet.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I personally would like to use a crossbow and I don't have one.
You can bring one,
I'm
yeah.
asking for.
As long as... I mean, it's just normal bolts, so...
Yeah.
Wait, why would you not just
There's
use a
some,
firebolt cantrip?
Because in the initial phase, I don't want to immediately
Any magic at all.
reveal that I'm.
Okay.
Well, his
I'm-
firebolt is going to do like an omega amount of damage.
Oh, you're
because
right.
he's
Yeah,
got
that would
something.
immediately incinerate someone. Real.
So I think I should also. Well, I think I'm gonna for this first part. I'm gonna be frontline, so it's okay.
Okay. Also, I'm going to transmit some recommendations from Chowder and some another chatter. We have ropes, first aid supplies, flammable objects, caltrops, a choke point, and a field of oil. Now, again, we are currently maxed out on fortifications, but if you'd like to remove one of your current things and add in a new one, so like, yeah,
The
that is an
oil and
option.
fire shit is not happening because we destroyed the bridge. It's made of wood.
That is true. That is probably true. Yeah.
the caltrops, you're
caltrops
so right.
is a good idea.
You could replace the stakes with caltrops, because currently your idea is to
Caltrops
bring
are-
some logs and sharpen them into spikes and slam them into the ground so that cavalry can't try to cross the shallower parts
How
of the river.
many medicine
Rotating
kits
arrow.
does Grania have?
It's a good
She
question.
could spread those
21.
around. Each person has.
Well, keep in mind,
Has one.
does Granny have the healer feat, or does she just a normal?
I do.
She does, but
Okay.
we could stabilize.
That is true.
That's
Yeah, and you
important.
don't have a cleric, so yeah, actually, that's quite useful.
God, good berry is so good for this shit.
Only you had a good barrier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Smoge.
Smoge. Sludge. Okay, I equipped your dudes with javelins. Okay, it sounds like we're good then.
I don't know what caltrops do. What does that
Caltrops
do for us?
are both caltrops and stakes are designed to attack hurt horses that charge into them. Caltrops
Well,
are
caltrops mechanically in D&D, you can throw them down as one action on a 5-foot square, and they do damage when somebody walks on them.
well, the reason, yeah, I mean, there is also that type of caltrop, but those are smaller ones designed for humans, and they do 1 piercing damage. So, I don't know if we want to replace.
But they also until the creature regains at least 1 hit point, its walking speed is reduced by 10 feet.
That is true. Yeah, I don't. Do we want to?
If they fail the
strongly-
saving foot.
Do we want to do
And
those
we can
instead
also
of
bring
stakes?
ball bearings.
Do you want to do those instead of stakes? Because again, we're not. This is not like a dungeon where you only need 1 5-foot square. You need to spread these out across a wide area, which means you're carrying a lot of weight. So you're removing something else if you're bringing these.
How much does ball bearings weigh?
I think the caltrops, because they do save us time on making other stuff.
That is true. Yeah. Okay. We can bring caltrops instead of stakes, so we'd have time to build a more fortified barricade.
Yeah, I'm thinking we bring like regular throw caltrops because throwing them out is gonna take like a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Final chance.
Tiberius gonna get a crossbow.
Alrighty, add it to your sheet, and as many bolts as you can carry. Or want.
How well equipped do we expect this first group to be?
They'll probably be identical to the troops under your command.
Okay.
This is just like
the
standard.
XCOM time.
Yeah, these are just like normal Tabrashian heavy cavalry.
Corvus, you mentioned wall of force. Could you wall of force the bridge so that we
I
could
don't
hold
have
them
it
off for
prepared.
at least a little bit? Oh, well.
I don't get it prepared until I have taken full long rest. But my 5th level spell for combat I've prepared as Cone of Cold. Which, by the way, should take out a lot of them, hopefully.
You know, immolation is not that good of a spell, but it is super fucking cool just like verbally to be like, I cast immolation. You just fucking burn them alive. That's just, it's
I have it just
What
because it's
about-
really thematic.
Yeah,
Did you
it's super
have wall of
thematic.
fire? Could you wall of fire the
I have wall
other
of
side of
fire.
the bridge? Okay.
Yeah, I
they
can.
could run through it, but it might.
I can wall of fire 3 times.
To be
4
clear,
times cast it.
combat rounds are like
But
6
no one
seconds.
does-
And no one has ever like I think it's worth changing our frame of reference. Normally when we do combats they're like 10 rounds, that takes like 4 hours over, and that's like a minute. This is over the course of 5 hours, so it's going to be a lot of like the enemy pushes forward, you push them back, they retreat and like reform up. So for spells that last like 1 minute or like even 10 minutes, they can just wait, you know, until the spell ends and then push
Yeah.
forward again, because they have like for them they don't even think they have a time limit, so they're going to like take their time in pushing, whereas you guys know it's 5 hours, which is a long fucking time.
Right.
So even I don't even think a wall of force lasts that long. I think that's like a 10-minute spell.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
How many people are going to be with us in the first
20.
part? Okay.
I
Okay.
think the first part, I'm gonna just be doing a lot of cantrips.
Is 18.
Your repelling blast is gonna come in extremely handy here.
Drew?
Well, the problem with after the initial part, I can't
There's
really
no
reveal that I
guardrails.
shoot.
Yeah.
I can't reveal that I shoot 3 beams of Eldritch Blast at the very beginning of the fight.
Yeah, I think
Can you
honestly,
potentially do
ironically
one
enough,
less?
I think the first wave is going to be the hardest one, mostly just because all of your spellcasters are going to be like cocking themselves. Even though it's going to be
Yeah.
the smallest.
I'm gonna be using a light crossbow for God's sake.
Okay. I think we're good. I think that if we, you know, I'm sure that if I gave you more times, you guys could think of more things, but for the sake of, you know, having a final deadline on it, you guys got like a minute more to think about if there's anything else you would like to bring, and then I'm just going to say we head out to try to avoid analysis paralysis. So do we got anything else, or are we good to go?
I think I'm good.
All right. Blake has spoken for the group. You guys get to know not the names of your
do
men.
we give Tiberius his flute back for this?
You have not yet, but if you'd like to,
Well,
you
it's
can
not
return
the
both his
next
flute
day.
and his
I
pan
will
flute.
the next day.
Okay.
So the following morning when the battle starts?
Yeah, because I didn't get to study them last night. So
Well, this evening you'll be building fortifications.
I will.
Oh, yeah, maybe you can sleep if you
All of
want.
us.
If you want, you can sleep. Fuck it. Fuck
I didn't
those
get to
guys.
sleep last night. I need to
I'm
sleep
letting-
tonight.
Okay.
I'm not letting you slack off.
Well, as evening
We'll
falls,
crack.
you guys start marching. You get to know the names of the 4 officers under your command. You have, and I'm not expecting you to remember these, but you will have Demovid, who's going to be leading the blue group. You have Anton, who's leading the red group. You have a guy whose name is definitely not his name, but it's the name he gives you. He gives you Maximus because he knows it's a proper Mythosian name. And the last one is named Demistaya. And these are the 4 leaders that you have. On the battlefield, you'll see you'll see their little names. And you start marching. It is a 12-mile march, which at 20-minute miles, which is what you'll be marching, is going to be difficult. It's for Grania and Tiberius and Zednius. This is an uncomfortable thing. It's a lot of, sweating skin. It's a lot of aggressive marching, and it's hot. The plains in October are very weird. During the day, they get pretty hot, mostly just because the sun's beating down on you the entire time. And then as evening falls, they get cold, and the grass around you is dead. The main smell on the air is that of kind of staleness. You're not a fan of this place. I don't think any of you are really. And later in the day, so we're still in the 6th, as evening falls, you guys get to the bridge in question, Mithdosica. The sun is down, but when I give you access to the map, you're going to be able to see the whole thing, even though your light would be limited. And I have a couple questions for you guys, because this is where the fighting will take place. This is the Mithdosica bridge. It's quite small. It's nothing super special about it. And I have a question where you'd like to place a couple of your fortification things. So we'll start with the watchtower. It will be big enough for a single person to be inside of it. Where would we like to place our watchtower?
Jeez. Probably right around where the green guys are standing.
Okay. So in the road?
Maybe where the orange guys are standing. That's kind of a better off position.
Okay.
What? This is for what? Sorry.
Watchtower.
Oh, the watchtower.
Yeah.
It's also based on
Wait, what the
how, what is it? It's a little farther from the road, so.
Yeah.
There's no way. Can they actually jump this shit?
If they have enough strength, yeah, they would.
Oh god. That's gonna be a problem.
But remember, these are rapids. I don't know if it's quite conveyed on the map, but these are actual proper rapids with rocks and boulders and shit. So if a guy wearing plate armor falls into this river, he is going to die. So I would not worry about that too much. Maybe when you start fighting light troops, then you should worry about it. But until then, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. Then for subsequent things, we have the tripwire. Where do we want to place that on the bridge?
I was thinking somewhere here, pretty close to their side.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I will
Because we
draw
can trigger
just
at a
a
distance.
black line across the bridge. Actually, that is not easy to
I'm
see.
thinking
We're gonna do a red line.
especially almost here, because then it's gonna be more. We can use some leaves and stuff to cover it up.
It would have to be here because you need you need the weight to have room to drop down. Whereas if it's here, it's literally just on the ground. But yeah,
Oh, yeah,
so you can
gonna
put
slowly roll down a slope. Yeah.
it. Yeah, so you can put it right there. Okay. Then other things we have to place. We have the caltrops. You carried enough that you can cover you can cover 4 squares. So which 4 squares would we like to put caltrops in?
probably behind, right here to kind of obscure the thing a little bit.
I was thinking right after.
Okay, well, where do we want it?
I'm personally more of a fan of doing it, like something like this.
Aren't we gonna put like barricades there?
I thought that
you're
going
going to build a
barricade was
single
gonna be,
barricade. Yeah,
like here.
What does the tripwire do for us here?
trip people. It was incredibly low investment. It's a single piece of wire, so it's not a.
It doesn't set off a trap. It's just a tripwire.
It's just a tripwire.
Yeah, I
Oh.
guess afterwards, so they fall into the caltrops would be good.
Okay. I mean, keep in mind, even if these work perfectly, they're doing 1 piercing damage. So the main effect
Yeah,
of
it's
them
more
is to
about
slow
the
people
slowing
down.
down. Yeah.
Okay, great. And that we got all those. We got our watchtower. Now we have 2 more things we can place. First, we have our wicker shields, which are going to be a full cover for people hiding behind them. We have 4 of these, and they are basically just like, just shields that guard in a particular direction and provide full cover to people hiding behind them. So we get 4 of these. Where would we like to position them?
How wide are they?
They are 5 feet wide.
Like this direction, kind of like,
Just facing across the river.
yeah, one every other.
Oh.
So like one there, then one there.
Really?
I think so. People have room to like shoot through them.
I was gonna think like more like one.
Well, your
here.
barricade's going right there.
Well, the barricade is a single line, right? Or do we get the barricade? Do we get this?
No, since you guys
Or do we
chose
get-
to invest so much into the barricade, because that's what you're spending almost 8 hours of the night, so the majority of the night building, it's going to be like a C-shaped, like, full-on defensive thing on the bridge.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I guess we can put these over there.
Okay.
Maybe have one a little further. Like 1 or 2 for like the spellcasters. Is this hill like actually?
That is not a
elevation?
hill, that is a bush.
Okay.
You could sit on this hill, like up a little farther upward, up here.
You could, yeah. I keep in mind, though, that your guys are using, like, crossbows. None of you are, like, specialist archers and shit, so, I don't know how... I don't know how effective you guys are actually at shooting from that far away. Obviously, when you're spellcasting, you will be, but... yeah. Okay, then barricade, I assume we want it somewhere like here, where it provides both... Okay. Alrighty. So this barricade, and I'm going to put this number over here, so that we're all aware. This barricade is going to have 80 hit points, and is going to have 18 AC. So that is going to be its stats. I will update that as the fighting happens. I'll make that text a bit bigger, because that shit is not readable right now. Okay, there we go.
Can the people who are behind the wicker shields be able to see, like, up here? I kind of
Well, it
want
depends which one we're talking about. So this guy right here, no. This person here, kind of. Depends where they are on the bridge. This guy, yes. This guy, yes. So it just depends which shield we're talking about.
You want
Right.
mind if we stagger them a bit? So
You
like,
can put them
people-
wherever you want them to be. Where do you want me to? How do you want me to adjust it?
What is it? Do you guys think we should move them a little further up the river so, what is it? People can see the bridge, actual bridge, and also get an AC bonus.
What, like over here?
Or just like right here.
We could do that, yeah.
Cool.
And then maybe like then turn them a bit more towards the bridge. Also, that way we have Overwatch in case any of these bozos try to do the rock jumping.
Alrighty, I'm gonna make these black, not because they would be, just because it's hard to see them otherwise, and it's important to know where we have cover from. So,
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I think that is all the fortifications. They don't look
River's
like much,
going
but,
this way, right?
no, other way.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh wait,
okay,
no,
that
you're
way.
right. No, I'm dumb. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
Gonna say,
you're right.
you think physics?
Yeah, no, he's right. He's going this way. So that means, and just in case this comes up during the thing, The right-hand side of this map is north. The left-hand... Actually, I'm just going to give you access to the compass rose that I have for myself. There you go. So if I ever say, like, I don't know, guys coming from the fucking north, know that that means you're right. And south means the west. Okay.
Wait,
Or the left. Yep.
Is that compass not wrong?
No, that compass
Yeah, I
is
think
correct.
that compass
Shouldn't
is
east
wrong.
and west be swapped?
No, wait, is it?
Yeah,
West,
I think
east,
so. Yeah,
north. Never eat
Yeah,
soggy waffles.
east is on the left
Yes,
side. That's
it is.
wrong.
you got to go
No.
cross
Whoopsie doopsie.
clockwise.
We got the Mahjong compass, dude. They swapped them in there for some reason.
Wait, then...
That's
I'm trying
correct,
to think. I'm thinking. I'm cooking. I'm picturing in my head. Would this be right? Because the...
Because they're coming from east, right?
No, it was right before.
It's
Well,
Well,
Then
that
the
means
other
that
way's
north
north.
is left.
Okay. Yeah, okay, it was right originally. Okay, I altered it right
What's
before
that
I looked revealed it. I was like, wait, okay, now it's correct. Okay, there we go. And the river's flowing this way. I'm gonna, wait, let me draw an arrow. And the river is flowing this way, because it has to be, regardless of what the map
Oh.
shows. It has to be flowing this way, because that's out towards the Mithras. Okay, we got there. We cooked. Okay. The river's flowing that way. That's east, that's west, that's south, that's north. Okay, cool. Now, where would we like to position our fellas? Also, I'm going to buff up the barricade a bit, because it does occupy a full 5-foot square, so I should make that clear.
what is 30 feet? Okay, so they could get guys on the bridge a little bit. Guy,
Mhm.
not even like
Oh,
a
yeah,
guy
with the
here.
javelins,
He's not hitting anybody. Yeah.
I think I want 3 guys with lances on this so they could like have reach and poke guys
Sure.
on the other side of the.
Luckily for you, all of them have lances, so
Nice.
they are lancers. If they were like player characters, they'd probably be cavaliers.
Maximus mentioned.
Maximus mentioned.
Maximus mentioned. Okay.
Maximus mentioned.
Maximus mentioned. Okay, so we have the red group here with Anton and his boys. What about the other ones?
Anton Shigur.
Nope. What about the other guys?
Um.
If you don't have a place for them, just say that, and I can really quickly position them. It's more so if you want them in a specific spot.
Do any
think
of you
it's-
guys want to go behind the Wicker Shields, or do we want to place Blue Squad in?
Keep in mind that they
Yeah,
have
we'll-
javelins, so
Yeah,
Oh,
I
they
don't think
have
they're going to be very effective with the
The only
shields,
people
'cause
with
they-
crossbows should be ranged, right?
yeah. So they'll probably,
Yeah, they don't
unless
have
you
any
guys,
ranges.
want to veto it, I think they're just going to be over here because then they'll have obscuring from the river, and they can't do much until the people get physically over here, anyways. So
Yeah, I think we're gonna be. We should make it so that the squads, if they get like low, they rotate out.
yeah, we can deal with that as it comes. There will be
Try
plenty of time to
try
adjust
route
that during the
casualties
fighting.
instead of actually have them
Who
die.
goes up on the watchtower? What's this for?
That is probably one of you guys. It basically, the main advantage of it is that it provides a line of sight towards the edge of the horizon. So it's like a spotting thing. So I guess you could probably put one of them up there. They won't have a ranged weapon to take advantage of it, but they will be able to spot people from farther off because the plains are so
Does
flat
the
that like
watchtower also offer cover?
no, no, it's just a flat like board basically at the very top.
Shouldn't one of our spellcasters without movement options take the tower?
You could do that if you wanted to.
That way they can't get swarmed on the ground.
You
That would
said
also
there's
be
a
wise.
flat board.
It's at the top. Yes, it is a flat board to stand on. Yeah.
Can we put a wicker shield on it?
If you wanted to, yeah.
I think that might be a good idea.
Would you be able to see if you put a Wicker Shield up there?
Yeah, you can peek around the
I would
edges.
because I can't fall because I have slippers of spider climb.
Holy shit, dude! Dude, this is the best parts of D&D where we combine like 4 different fucking random things to make like a giga strategy. That's so based. Yeah, we can take a wicker shield. What direction do we want it pointing? I assume that way.
North. Wait, no, sorry. I'm thinking north is up, but it's
No,
east.
yeah, just say up. It's fine. I understand what you mean.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah, up. Great. Sounds good. That's wicked, bro. That's so sick.
Nah, I get it. Nah.
What? I said wicked, not wicker.
Wicked.
Wicker.
Okay, no, stop. All right. So, are we good on all of this stuff? Are we happy with where the people are placed? Are we happy with where we're placed?
No.
Okay, well then fix it. Be where you want to be.
Are we starting?
Palace.
Are we starting combat right now? After this?
Well, there's going to be some stuff that happens before then, but I do want to have you generally positioned where you want to be. Yeah.
Okay, well then I want to make sure I don't know where we are at right now, but I want to make sure everyone gets their 16 temp HP.
Okay, well, yeah, we're not there right now. We're not like immediately rolling into
Okay.
combat. I wanted to know
Um,
generally where you want to be.
Scrolls. I want everybody to have at least 2 scrolls of shield. We have so many of those, and they might make a big difference.
And you need to start handing those out to people. I'm gonna go grab some water super quick.
Right.
But their
that
concentration,
is-
they fuck up like 90% of my things that I do.
Wait, shield is concentration? You're fucking with me.
I thought it was.
There's no way shield is concentration.
Oh, wait, I'm
not,
thinking
it's
of
not,
Shield of
thank
Fate.
God.
Right.
Shield
Yeah,
Shield
Shield
of
of
Fate. I
Fate
was gonna
one.
say that would make this spell actually garbage.
If no one else, does anyone else want any magic missile spells? Because I could take more of those.
Well, I thought
I-
Tiberius doesn't have much in ways of damaging. Oh no.
Yeah,
Does
I
he?
could take a few
Yeah.
magic missile scrolls.
I'm trying to be no magic for this first fight.
I think mainly the problem is like us fireballing. I don't think they would have a problem with us.
Well, me,
I mean, my wizard
Grania, and
robes.
Corvus, our cantrips are too powerful.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
they might
we'll
actually
flip them
like one-shot
off.
people.
All right, I am back.
I also think it's just better if like they're spread out a little more because there's more of a variety in what we can do, and if someone like me is like, oh, I can actually cast fog on the bridge if someone like everyone wants to spend their turn doing something else.
I'm okay.
then we have
I
that
don't want to
option.
be seen as a spellcaster. I want that to be completely like they only have 2 spellcasters, and then boom.
Well, I
There's
meant-
If you think
yeah.
somebody else, or if you think
Actually, all
Eldritch
of us
Blast
are
is too
spellcasters.
powerful, then I can just use this instead. It's also a cantrip.
Yeah, I like Frostbite for the same and Toll the Dead.
My problem
Um,
with the Eldritch Blast is it shoots 3 bolts at your level, and that will like be like.
That's what I'm
holy
saying. I'm
shit,
saying
that's
if you
like
think it's
a-
too powerful, then I can use chill touch.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
if
mean,
But also,
Harkon- does
Harkon,
Herd
I don't
Chill
think most
Touch
people will be able
look
to say like,
different?
they're shooting 3 Eldritch Blasts. We know what level Warlock they are.
I don't think they'd know your level, but I think almost anyone alive would know the general idea of, more power equal
most people
better
shoot
wizard.
1, maybe.
Like they're
Yeah,
not gonna be
can
like,
you
oh my god,
choose
it's
to
an
not shoot
11th
more than
level,
one?
it's an 11th level warlock. It's gonna be more like they're just, a powerful warlock.
okay.
Because you can
Quick
choose whether or not to
question.
shoot more than
You
one
can-
Eldritch Blast, right?
I honestly have literally
It
never
doesn't
even
say
thought
so
of
in the
that before.
description, but I was about to ask, can you just choose to only shoot a single?
Shoot 2
beam?
into the ground.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe you can like position yourself in a way.
I mean, it
that you
literally
shoot
does
2
say
into
that
the
you can
Wicker
direct
Shield.
them at same targets or different ones. So yeah, you could just send 2 of them into the ground. Yeah.
Well, technically, actually, you can't target objects with
What?
Eldritch Blast.
What are you talking about?
In
Well,
Harkon's
Technically,
world,
it says
yeah.
creatures only.
that's stupid. That is brain dead. No, you can obviously
I
target
agree.
objects. That's insane.
I agree.
No, don't say you agree. You love Jeremy Crawford, bro. Pull up the tweet.
No, what the fuck? That guy is an
You
idiot.
can't shoot a barn door with Eldritch Blast. It would never work.
So true.
Exactly. What the hell, man?
Pull up the second rule book. Pull up Jeremy Crawford's Twitter feed. Okay.
If this is working correctly, then
Doda,
it is. Okay.
where would you like Grania to generally be? Again, we're not rolling into initiative. Just where do you want her to be?
There's more cover.
Oof. I mean, so you'll notice that all of your guys that aren't at the barricade are positioned back in these large bushes because there isn't much. You're on the open grassy plains of Tabrash. There's just not a lot of places to hide.
I'll
so
position with these guys.
perfect.
Eldritch Blast is an evocation cantrip.
That one does make sense. Okay.
I don't think
We're not
wizards
going to roll into initiative, to be clear.
Yeah, I was trying to like, can you do
But-
it? Is it possible to double dip charisma and int? No, it's not. It's not a wizard spell.
So, as you guys arrive to the Matrosky Bridge, the work begins. They start, raising up boards. They start hammering them together. They start flattening the terrain for the watchtower to be put in place. They slam down the wicker shields into their positions and will let you guys adjust them. They spend time, deploying the tripwire, then the caltrops, then the building up the barricade so that they can stand on top of it and stab down while also gaining cover against ranged projectiles. It is a evening filled with labor of sharpening and honing and preparing these defenses for the specific circumstances coming in the coming day. And during this evening, you guys aren't working very much. These 20 men seem to have, the 20 soldiers you brought with you seem to have the expectation that they're going to build everything. And so they are largely going to do that. So you guys can all get a short rest during that evening.
Nice.
Ring on.
Cool. You get big. You stretch out your garment. Big fella.
Big bulge.
I will ignore that comment. And did you want to do something with the flute and the pan flute?
Yeah, I want to like really try and see if I can figure out what this magic is with the type magic and like Hegal's input.
Sure. Where are you going to go for privacy?
I have a 2-person team.
Okay, where are you going to go for privacy? Are you going to be talking out loud at all? Because it'd be weird for you to be laying in your tent next to
we
the...
can telepathic. We can communicate telepathically.
I see, okay. All right, well, you go up onto that nearby hill, near the bridge. You sit down in the grass, you put the flute and the pan flute in front of you. And when Het Hagal gets it, when you summon him, he sort of rolls over them and you ask him for his input. He says, Eljana.
Eljana?
Yep.
Is that Elven?
Maybe. It's the word Eljana.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to poke Het Hagal for a little more.
I see. He will... He's just so cucked on the material plane. He's just so cucked. He will send you a very brief image of a towering, alien-looking creature with pale skin, thin limbs, large, bulging, almost insectoid-sized eyes, a thin little neck, and wearing sort of like decorative feathers inside of an open clearing, plunging a dagger into the chest of a young boy. And then that image will fade.
Okay. Well, I got a name out of it and a description, so that's what I wanted out of the thing.
Alrighty. The following morning, you wake up before the sun even comes up, which isn't that early. I mean, it's October 8th. You're getting well into the later parts of the year. And you return Tiberius his flute and his pan flute.
Tiberius will return the crystal flute.
Oh, yeah, you give that over to Echo.
Yeah.
He gives
I
it to
will
Zenny.
ask him how it felt. Like, what do you think of it?
I prefer my own flutes, but it was a good piece.
Okay.
The moment that
everyone
you...
at the party
If you would be
appreciated it.
interested in bartering for it.
I don't have much to barter.
Yeah. Not right now, but somebody with as powerful connections as you maybe could have some way of getting magical items from Athaloran.
We'll see how this all turns out first.
Yeah. I'm just thinking you might be in that way you might be an incredibly useful ally to have.
While I was gone, did
I
you guys
understand
figure
if
out the... Oh, sorry, continue.
I understand if past the Green Rider you have no intent of working together again.
No, I intend to.
Yeah, I'm sure you have your own business.
To go back. Watch the moon, live out my life there, as I used to do anyway.
The moon. You said that again. Is Athaloran on the moon?
Well,
Is that like
I've
a known thing?
You've never heard this in your life. Though to be fair, you also
Yeah.
don't look at the moons very intensively.
We have 2 moons?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What are they called?
For you guys, in the Mithdosian tongue, you would just call it the moon and then the lesser moon. That'd be like the simplest translation. They have
but as a
proper names,
scholar-
but like it's the same as moon and lesser moon.
As a scholar, do they have like folklore names?
Yeah, I mean, almost every culture in Valeros ever has different names for them. Typically, if you want to get into like the ultimate schizo of star theory, which like, I mean, this is hecko out of
Like that
character.
one
but,
Necromotus guy?
Yeah, that one Necromotus guy. Almost every campaign in Valeros has at least one schizo who believes in star theory. And in star theory, both of the moons are associated with that. So like if the larger of the 2 moons, if that is seen to have a particular face pointing towards, because they're not tidally locked, so if a particular face is pointed towards Valeros, then that is seen as like a particular omen. Or if the moons ever like line up, which happens very rarely, then that is seen as like the ultimate omen for like collapse of everything. It's, you know, if you want to get into the schizos of like folklore association and star theory, they're like the most important things ever. But in terms of like mainstream scholarship, they're not a huge deal.
Yes, I'll say to Tiberius. You've mentioned the moon twice now. Oh, what exactly are you talking about?
Well, Athalarian is just... we just call it the moon. I assume... Well, I don't really know how it works. It's just what everyone talks about it like.
Does he seem like he's lying?
So I would not say that. I would say you do notice something weird, though. It was actually mentioned by one of the Tibrasians. Tiberius sounds weird when he talks. So every time he talks to you, he's been speaking in Mythos. Like, you guys have been talking in Mythos during this, which is your native language. When he was talking to the Tibrasians, he spoke to them in Tibrasian. And in both Tibrasian and Mythos, he has a completely neutral accent, which is almost impossible. Like, there's no such thing. Neutral accents are not a thing. That doesn't exist. Every language has regionalisms, but to you, he sounds like he's talking as someone would where you're from. But when he was talking to the Tibrasians, they seem like he had no accent, which means that he has to have an accent. Like, accents, that's just what language is. Something about the way that he is speaking is causing some weird things. Like, I think your gut instinct would say there's something magical going on in the way that you are able to communicate, that he doesn't actually speak the languages that he's speaking to you, because moon is such a weird way to choose to talk about other planes of existence.
Okay, so my theory now, out of character,
Dude, the
is
boots
he
let
has
him
some sort.
comprehend languages?
Yeah, like some sort of item he has. One of the magic items he has lets him basically translate the have permanent tongues, but in like a weird way. Something allows him to do that, and he's not saying moon, but that's what it translates to.
Or maybe he is saying
He's also
moon.
probably got
That's-
some sort of non-detection on him.
Or
Well,
moon
that's-
is seen as like the most viable form of
But
translation,
this guy, like,
and that's a weird thing.
I'm starting to think more and more he's like an Unsilicate type spy, if that's even a thing here in this world.
Oh, what?
I don't know what either of those words mean, so I'm going to say probably not.
Unsilicate? Okay,
I have
yeah.
no idea what that is.
And regular like the 5e Faerun thing. There's like the Fae realm has like a Sealy and an Unsealy court, and the Unsealy court is like all about like betrayal and like
Oh, I see.
backstabbing. And
I've
that
literally
shit.
never read base 5e Feywild lore, so I'm unaware. Yeah.
I was just thinking like changelings, that type of stuff.
I mean, he is really sus for sure. That's true.
Yeah, I think he's the imposter.
Yeah.
Then kill him.
Oh, do it.
10-second pause was great. Just yeah.
A little bit before the sun rises, you guys see a little dust cloud rising from your side of the river. It's a small enough that it likely is. It's clearly a horse, but one of your men will walk over. Maximus, the officer who identified himself as Maximus, will walk over to you, Primius, since you seem in charge, and he'll say, "That's probably just a rider, the messenger. I don't think it's anything to be worried about."
Understood. Well, best to be safe. Meet him accordingly. I'll
Alright.
call my judges forward to
Sure. I mean, you
see
guys
the
just
messenger.
you
My
get out of camp
judges.
and his
Double
judges.
thinks he's the ruler. I cannot.
And yeah, sure enough, when eventually, that smoke cloud turns into a distant speck, and as the sun slowly rises and it gets closer to your camp, it's a messenger for sure. His horse is like kind of already quite tired, and the messenger will say from horseback, "I was sent by Boyar Olvich. He told me that once you receive contact, I'm to go inform the main force that battle has commenced. So I'll just be waiting here until then."
Understood. Does your horse need anything?
I'm going to water him at the river, if that's not a problem.
Not at all.
All right. And he'll water his horse at the river. Time begins to pass. Some of the soldiers break out little small dice games that they brought with them, just things to keep them occupied through the early hours of the morning. They eat breakfast together. They mostly talk amongst themselves in Tibrashin. A lot of these men have been fighting against the Sons of the Dragon longer than even you guys, because they've been fighting against them for the full 4 years. And the messenger, once he's watered his horse, will just go about 100 feet back from the bridge and just kind of chill out on the grass, staring up at the early morning sky. And I would like everyone in the party to make a perception check.
Does Corvus get advantage because he's on the thing?
That's a very good point. Yeah, you probably should.
I was about to ask the same thing.
21, 22, and why are you rolling for a head at all?
Because he's in the party, right?
Yeah, but not really.
Okay.
I mean, he kind of is, but what's his
but
eyesight
fucking-
situation?
Well,
He has like blind sight, or he has like
Oh, he
mega
has
dark
Giga
vision
sight?
for 120.
Okay. Days.
He has 120 dark vision.
Yeah, the dark vision thing
I
doesn't
think
apply
I
here,
have the
but
same thing.
yeah. Luckily, that doesn't apply here because we're talking about the distances way further than 120 feet. So Tiberius and Corvus, I guess we'll start at Corvus first because his makes a lot more sense. But Corvus, you're atop the watchtower. You're looking out towards the horizon. And at this point, we're getting into I'd say dawn territory. The sun is in the sky. And you see, sort of silhouetted by the rising sun, the outline of 5 cavalrymen in the far side of the river. Since you're able to just see their specks, you're elevated on a watchtower, you'd guess 6 or 7 miles away, across the river. And with a 21, you're probably able to see, after they seem to slow down, and one of them starts to wave a banner. They seem to, whether they spotted you, whether they spotted the watchtower, they've seen something change, and they seem to be signaling to another group of cavalrymen that you can't see the silhouettes of. As for you, Tiberius, you're on, the ground, you're on ground level, so you see, despite, the distances involved, only because of how flat the plains are you able to see these very distant little specks, this single little silhouette waving a tiny little flag in the far distance. But yeah, both of you make out you've been spotted.
Is Enius gonna do his speech thing?
Yeah, sure. We got 10 minutes.
Give it to me, Yogi. What's your inspirational speech for your men and for the party? Actually, how many people can you give it to?
Just 6. So
Okay, so it's just
us
the party.
5, and then one of the captains, I guess.
Pick one. Anton,
Maximus.
Demistia, Maximus, or Demivit. Okay,
Wait,
Maximus.
who's the guy? Who's the guy? No, the guy in the wall up front.
Anton.
Okay.
All right, what's your...
Wait, actually, what about the rider, the courier?
The messenger? He's not going to get attacked.
Are you sure?
Well, if he is, he's fucked. I don't know if 16 HP is going to make the difference there.
Okay.
He's unarmed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, what do we got? You don't need to go through the whole thing, but what are the bullet points
Okay.
of how we're inspiring them?
It's been a long time, boys, since Mithdosia's gotten a victory this powerful over the dragon, or an opportunity to hit a blow to the dragon this good in a long time. Sorry. We need to improve our alliance, strengthen it. I've heard there are doubters. Let's show them how strong Mithdosia can be as judges of the Empire.
Alrighty. Yeah, you give this speech to the boys, and then you give special nod to Anton. You tell him how important his role is in holding the bridge, and yeah, you hype him up, and everyone gains how much?
16.
16. Sheesh.
1-6.
1-6. Alrighty. Okay, so I gave 16 to Anton as well.
If we've got 10 more minutes, I can just repeat the speech to the next group of people. I don't know how much time we have.
Yeah, you got 10 more minutes.
Big, actually.
10 more minutes? All right. The rest of Anton's men? Is that
Yeah.
the guy? Is that 6 people?
That is 4. Yeah,
Okay,
you can just
4,
do
and then
this.
the other
Is there
2
a limit to
captains.
the number of times you can do this?
No.
Okay, I'm
It's
just going to give it
once
to
per
all of
short
your men
rest
then.
Per each person.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it to all your men then. Because you have more than 50
Because there's
minutes.
not that many people. Gotcha.
There's 20. That's a total of 5 speeches for everyone.
Right, but it's
4
not
of you.
like
Yeah.
100 people.
No, it's
is what
not.
I mean.
Yeah. Plus, you have more than an hour, so you can just do it for all of them.
Actually, like insanely huge for these, because I assume they don't have that much HP. 16 should be like
the
quite
knights have
actually
90
refreshes each
and
time it resets.
what?
Wait, does it?
What?
Yeah, you can't. Inspiring leader can't stack.
It's not
So-
stacking
He's
it
not stacking it
I'm not
on a different
stacking it.
person.
I'm spreading it.
across
Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone.
he's giving it to all the people, and 6 people per.
But
I thought you were
does
saying
each
something else.
person. Oh.
Cool. Well,
No, I'm not giving
yeah,
them, like,
the
32.
knights, the Tabrashan knights have 90 HP, and the officers have 70.
Yeah, I mean, like, this gives them a strong, like, it gives them a tangible boost over
Over there,
regular
yeah,
troops.
their
Wait,
Sons
how
of the
much do
Dragon
they,
counterpart.
they have? The opposites
Knights have
how much?
90, officers have 70.
Fuck, the knights have more HP than I do.
Yeah, you guys are fragile little squishy wizard boys.
Madga. He says fragile, little, squishy. I've 18 con, okay?
Yeah, fragile
18.
little squishy wizard boy.
I just rolled dog shit on all my HP rolls.
Yeah, like a. Okay.
just
Fragile
seething.
little squishy wizard boy. So, an hour after dawn, you spot the force that they have sent to go address this little bridgehead you guys have established. It's actually pretty similar to what you guys have here. That you see 5 distinct banners. You see 5 distinct groups of cavalry, each one made up of 5 men. The Tabrashan fondness of multiples of 5 is very clear because you were given 20 men, and there's 25 that are approaching you from the horizon. And because the plains are so flat, you have 8 miles. They're on horseback, so they're moving. You have almost 30 minutes of forewarning that this attack force is coming in. So I don't know if there's anything you want to do, but you certainly have time to get into position, and if you would like to do anything, you have time to do so.
Eat a bit, drink a bit, take
Yeah.
a shit. You know?
Yeah, you just see this force slowly riding in your direction.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna ready a longbow attack.
Sure. Are you firing at max possible range? Or waiting until they come within effective?
Would I be able to ready another action if I fire at
No.
max range? Alright, then I'm gonna be ready when they get into actual range.
Okay, which is 120 feet, right?
I'm not sure actually. I thought it was 80.
Longbow, I think that's correct.
We can just Google. Longbow, 150. Alrighty.
yeah, 150 and max.
Really? I get
disadvantage is 600,
150 without disadvantage?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They go
longbow's
600
max
with
400
disadvantage.
or something crazy.
You should see Harkon's fucking muskets.
If you have that sharpshooter, you can
True.
shoot at 600 feet.
Yeah.
Without
It's
a
a
Alrighty.
sharpshooter.
Yeah, and in this context,
Is
it
it-
would be
is that
really good
bad?
because you're on an open, flat plane. I don't remember if sharpshooter is. I don't think it is. Maybe it is.
Doesn't matter.
So this force slowly approaches, and once they're about half a mile out, so about 2,000 feet, the the courier will approach you, Primius. From he'll be 20 feet back, and he'll say, "All right, I'm going to go inform the boyar that the fighting started. Good luck."
Well, no, I didn't say. And to you.
And the messenger hops up on his horse and gallops away full speed, 20 miles an hour northward. And seeing, a courier run away, the forces charging you begin to pick up their pace. You ready a longbow. Tiberius and Zednius, you guys are in the same area where Primius is, so do you want to ready anything?
I can ready a crossbow. I think it's 80.
Yeah, already a crossbow.
Okay.
as
You
well.
both ready crossbows. Because Primius's is longer, only Primius is going to get the chance to fire his longbow before we roll into initiative. So
Oh, can we do disadvantage then?
you can do disadvantage if you
I-
want, yeah.
I'll ready mine to shoot when Primius is shooting, I guess. I
Alrighty.
don't know a specific range that I want to
Sure.
shoot.
I'll do the same.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna roll into initiative. Now, is quite a sizable battlefield. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm just going to control the NPCs. But if you would like any of the groups to do particular things, let me know and I will do that. It's just that, you know, you guys take a while to do your turn. So I'm going to control your guys directly. But if you want them to do a thing, just let me know. Okay. Rolled in for all
Does a
those
17
guys.
hit before we...
I don't know. Well,
Oh, okay.
you should roll an
Sorry,
initiative.
I'll let-
22 should.
Probably, but okay. So, just to be clear, before we get into the meat of this, I'm just clarifying. You want the red guys to hold the barricade, and the blue, green, and orange guys should stay in reserve unless either A, they try to cross the river, or B, they start to beat down the barricade and you need reinforcements, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We also want the red guys, if any of them are low, to swap out.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. And I'm gonna use bloodied as like the the measure for that. Is that good?
I did not realize that was the point of these guys, so I think I'll be here, not
Probably a
avoid
bit
them.
That's
less.
fine. Yeah. You want?
I mean,
Tiberius, do you
considering how
want
much HP they have, I'm gonna say instead of bloodied, like a quarter of the HP.
Okay. That's fine.
Tiberius, do you want to shoot the weight instead of like at them, since you were readying your...
Oh yeah, yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm just gonna do some quick organizational stuff. It won't take very long, and I can resolve these attacks now. So we have a 17 that misses. A 22 does hit, and I'm just gonna hit the guy that's up closest to you. And then, have you already made your attack, Tangy?
No.
Okay.
What were you shooting at? Something
You're shooting
different?
the weight.
We're doing that now. We wait until they get in.
Well, you readied an
So-
attack, so I thought you wanted to shoot it now, but you could wait if you wanted.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna
Wait.
wait. Okay, so starting with was the highest initiative roll a 14? Is this real? Corvus, Zednius, and
I haven't clicked mine.
oh,
Somebody
you
got
haven't clicked
a
yours yet.
crit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
was
one.
some
That
minor
was one of the
suppression.
enemies. Yeah. God, when this melee actually kicks off, you guys are gonna have a fucking nightmarish time distinguishing who's on your side and who's not, which is honestly valid. That's pretty. That is how it should be. They're in identical uniforms. Okay.
Groups of depressions.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like they wear the same armor and shit, like same tactics and everything. Okay, so this cavalry force will action. Oh wait, yeah, these are medium-sized creature cantrips as well, or caltrops as well. So yeah, they're just gonna action dash to here because it's 120 feet. So I'll pull up the caltrops. I think they just any creature that enters the area takes 1 damage. Yeah, it's just 1 damage. I'm not even gonna roll the dex saves because it's too many dex saves to roll for 1 damage. So the horses.
1 damage, and the walking speed is reduced by 10
Sure,
feet.
but I mean, they're horses. So yeah, they action dash to there. The blue Sons of the Dragon will move to action dash to here. Tiberius.
I'm gonna shoot the weight.
Okay, make an attack against it. This is going to be an AC 10 because it is just like a rope that hits. Alrighty, the thing is, you should fix that, but also it just had piercing as like a tag to it. But yeah, the weight gets pulled taut, and the 2 horses that are directly on top of it will both need to make dexterity saving throws. It's a failure. That is a pass. The one that fails is going to be knocked prone, so now I'm going to make a dex save for the guy that's on top of it to see if he can stay mounted. That is a pass. So his horse is going to be knocked prone as its like rear leg hits the rope, and it kind of like tumbles forward. But the guy manages to stay alighted on his horse. And Grania, what are you doing?
Do we confirm not using Eldritch Blast?
You can use it, but try not to use all shoot 2 into the ground. I think Chill Touch will do more damage though if we're doing it that method.
Yeah. Okay. It's 120 feet. I'm assuming I'm not close enough. No, I am. Cool. But I'd have to get vision, so I'd have to move like here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to give these guys away, so I kind of want to be just back here, probably. I can see this guy fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll chill touch him then.
Okay. You raise your hand, you incant. deep and evil words, and a sort of spectral hand appears on the guy's shoulder and goes to grab at his face underneath his visor, and he kind of pulls his head back and starts to curse into Brashen, and yeah, very spooky. It does not hit, and he'll sort of notice that a hand tried to attack him shortly after you pointed in his direction and spoke. Premius.
I also have my wizard robes on, so it's
Yeah.
kind of obvious.
I'm gonna shoot this guy, captain's horse, or should I shoot the captain?
It's up to you.
I'm gonna shoot the captain.
Are these blue guys archers?
No.
Okay.
Hit. I'm assuming no radiant.
Improves Divine Smite. Yeah, it's a melee attack, so no radiant.
Alrighty.
So I'll
Yeah,
turn
7
that
piercing on the first one,
Wait.
and 11 piercing on
Doesn't
the
it
second
allow
one.
ranged attacks to make smite?
I don't
No,
think it
it
does
says
that.
only melee.
Yeah.
It says melee.
Yeah, but that's soy.
Okay.
You can't have archer paladins? That's so soy.
Based.
That
Alrighty.
would probably be its own subclass in the future. but
So
I would-
true. So these guys are going to move forward. They're going to action hop off their horses and give them a nice slap on the rump to get them to withdraw. So they'll start to move off the map this turn. Maximus. This is the green group, so they're just going to hold. These guys are going to do something very similar to the purple group, where they move 60 feet forward and dismount. So these horses will begin to form like a herd, I guess, back here. Okay, Corvus. Oh shit.
This front guy, I'm gonna. Why do I have control of this horse?
Because you guys all have access to all riding horses.
I guess. I'm gonna attempt to attacking with the light crossbow I have.
Alrighty.
Pew.
Miss.
And I suck.
It clangs off his plate. Demovid holds his ground. Zenius.
I'm gonna shoot an arrow or a bolt at this guy.
Okay. Pew! That hits! He's crazy! Alright, 4 piercing damage. He's been shot twice by small projectiles. This group will do something similar to the other group. Move forward, dismount, send their horses back, and form it into that big growing herd of horses. Anton, okay, this group actually can attack. So they have 10-foot range because they have lances, which gives them 1, 2, 3 attacks, and they get 2 per. So, oh no, only while mounted do they get 2 per. So it's going to be 3 lance attacks against that horse, all of which hit. That is a dead horse.
That's a dead horse.
That is a dead horse.
Dex save on the captain?
Correct. Yep. Dex save. It's
Falls
a
into the
pass.
river.
He is not knocked prone. So he manages to recover and get
Does he
out
take
under
a
his horse
calcium
as it
damage?
falls. Yeah, you're right. He would take 1 piercing damage.
Huge.
All right, Demistaya
And
is gonna
his
hold
round
ground.
movement is reduced.
True, by 10. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, so his horse is dead. That horse is knocked prone. Well, first, they're the ones that can are going to dismount. So this guy's going to hop off his horse, and that's just going to be their movement, and they're going to send their horses away because horses are not particularly helpful here. This one is going to be a little bit further back, though, because it was knocked prone. And then after they've done that initial movement, so that's half their movement, that would leave this guy with 15, so he'll move there, 10, 5, and then 15, 15, okay. And then the officer is going to, that doesn't help, Warhammer the barricade twice, hit once, for that much. I'll resolve all these at once. Then Warhammer from the other soldiers as well, hit. Alrighty, you watch as the boards and bags and other things that your hard boys spend all night laboring on begin to get torn up by Warhammers, particularly effective against, tearing down boards and such, and so it is reduced to 49 AP.
Holy.
Alrighty.
One bit.
Okay, that was that
That's
turn.
mending.
Wanting to inspire the barricade.
So true.
Granny, go mend it.
Okay, they're gonna dismount and fully send their horses away, and just fully send their horses off the map. Beep. Tiberius.
Did you have all these guys take 1 damage? All these.
Oh yeah, the
You
first
moved
2
one.
guys. Yeah, true. -1/-1. It's Jover.
I think I'm gonna just shoot it. Can I see this captain here?
No, the other soldier I think is blocked. Actually, let's see. No, yeah, the other guy's blocking the line of sight. The orange one.
I'm gonna shoot the orange one in front of him then.
Alrighty. That hits. No crit, but that does indeed hit. Alrighty. Grania.
Do I even have vision of anyone anymore?
Yeah,
Is this
right
guy?
there. Yep.
Sure. I will chilling touch him.
Alrighty. Wow. Yeah, it definitely hits.
Ooh, big one.
Jesus Christ. The spectral hand reaches out. It wrenches off like his face mask, like the chain that's there, grips his lower neck. The veins start to turn black, and he like grabs at this ethereal hand that's choking him to death. And then the hand just dissipates after 6 seconds. That is
Send his ass to
grim.
the afterlife.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Premius.
Actually, the hand stays on there for the next round.
Does it?
Yep.
Why? Oh,
If
you're
you
right.
hit it
Clings
on
to
the-
the target.
Because
Jesus
you
Christ.
can't heal while it's grabbing.
It's
you.
choking him to death. No. He's being choked to death by a spectral hand. What the fuck?
I think I'm going to magic missile this captain.
You from a scroll, right?
Yeah, from scroll.
Okay, because that changes the vibes considerably. Okay, cool. Roll the whatever
What
the
do you
damage is.
mean?
Well, it's just that
We had an upcasted.
when they're
magic
giving their
missile
report
advice.
back, when they're giving their report back to like their commanding officer, it's a guy just cast magic missile, or he used a scroll. Those are 2 very different things in terms of like how to take the situation. So from a scroll, so I think that's 3 by default.
Yeah. So
Cool.
I'll just roll some d4s, or do I have to?
1d4 plus 1, 3 times. Yeah.
Okay. There it is.
Technically, if you really wanted to, you could roll.
Holy!
Yeah.
So
Wow.
that's
So
6
you do
damage.
6 damage. I think that actually bloodies him, funnily enough. Yeah, that bloodies him. Okay.
Wait, did my guy die?
No. He's not even bloodied. Sorry.
Who did you grab?
30 damage.
Did you grab
Got in
this
the
one?
back.
You did 30 damage, yeah.
No.
Oh,
This one.
I mean, you guys can basically know, like, almost the exact hit point values of these guys, because they're identical to the troops under your command.
Yeah.
What, 80?
They have
90.
74.
The commander, the
Oh, I thought-
officers have 73. The soldiers
we
have
should
90.
try and focus the officers, right?
They're typically squishier, yeah.
Well, and then if they lose all their commanders, they might retreat.
They'll probably retreat long before that. Again, we're dealing with like a normal military engagement and not like, I don't know, unhinged like fanatics of the dragon trying to ambush you with like 50 guys. This is, a much more normal engagement. Corvus, what are you doing?
That last turn with the whole crossbow ball, that shit sucked. I don't know. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Frostbite at this guy.
And what does this look like?
I'm gonna post it. A numbing frost.
Okay, you point at the guy, you speak some words, and his fingers start to rot off with frostbite. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and he makes a con save.
Sure.
I don't know why it says spell save 13. My spell save DC is 19.
Sure, I'll make a con save for that guy. 8.
Okay, so where's
So
Frostbite?
it's 3d6. Are you 11?
Jesus.
No, I'm not. It's 2d6
Okay, takes
plus
14
5.
damage and disadvantage on his next attack. Alrighty.
Does plant growth not have a duration? It just lasts forever?
Depends which version you use to cast it. It like says
I
specifically.
think the 8-hour ritual is the one that lasts forever, right?
Yeah, the 8-hour ritual.
8 hours
the
for-
8-hour ritual lasts for a year. The other one lasts for.
Couldn't say.
I think it just lasts forever. Yeah, I think it's just like a instant buff to the area. Yeah. Okay.
But making Grand difficult lasts for how long? If I do
forever.
it as an action cast?
Yeah, you're just growing the grass. So, okay. Demovid's gonna wait. Zednius.
I shoot this guy, I guess.
Okay.
He's the only guy I can see, I think,
Sure.
in this front area, anyway.
Yeah. That hits. 4 damage.
Nice.
Alrighty. This group's gonna start advancing forward, and you can tell that the morale of the orange boys is already starting to like falter because they're getting fucking pounded by projectiles. Poor little guys. They just wanted to be goofy little fellas.
Anton's boys are about to go again.
Yep. So if they kill someone, that orange group's probably gonna break and pull back. Let's get some d20s, and I'll let you guys roll it now. So lances are not ideal here anymore because they're dealing with people directly in their face. So let's get a d20 from Primius, Tangy, and Yogi, and I will roll a d20 for the officer because actually no, he doesn't need to because he's not. He doesn't need to use that yet.
Good rolls, boys.
I think every single one of those missed. With a +6, yeah, every single one of those. So Anton's boys smash down at the guys underneath him with hammers. They hit their shields. It's very like medieval England, like shield wall type fighting. not much progress. Not very exciting. But yeah, the orange boys.
What did Anton do?
I was gonna use a feature of his, but there's no point in doing it yet. Okay. So yeah, the commander's gonna pull back 30 feet, make room for another squad to pull forward. His men will join him. That does deal, I think, an additional. Oh no, he already. Oh yeah, he would take an additional 1 damage. So that's 3 more damage, boys. You got 3 more damage by them withdrawing there. We take those. And then the finger rotting thing ends. And a dead horse, which does cock block movement. Okay, this group is gonna move 60 feet in this direction. Tiberius.
Shoot the captain. I feel
He's
that
already
would be
retreating,
better
right?
For their rapport, if we, I feel like it would be better if they were like, they killed the captain.
Oh, they killed the captain.
If they're gonna withdraw, they're probably gonna have a good reason. Because can you imagine going back to your like boss being like, yeah, no one's injured, no one died, but we gave up. That would be. They're probably not gonna do that. That would be a bad look.
Nah.
I can basically shoot at anyone.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So pick.
I'm going to shoot the purple captain.
Okay. Alrighty, that hits. 4 piercing. Gwenia. You have ample targets to choose from. No, she's gonna choke him!
No!
That hits. As he's starting to catch his breath, he lifts his visor to say something to his men, and then a spectral claw grabs him by the back of the neck and starts choking him to death. He starts grabbing that, fucking dying. Jesus Christ. It's so horrifying. Primius.
I think, yeah, I'll shoot the red boy here.
Okay, now you are tracking your guys' bolts, right? Because at the current rate, we're gonna run out of bolts real fucking fast.
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, great. Perfect.
I didn't put bolts on my sheet. I assume 20 is the
Normal amount, yeah. Dismiss. Okay, the purple group will lead the way. They will charge forward, and
Each take damage.
oh, he's gonna have to action. I mean, they're all gonna take damage because they're crossing the caltrops. So only 2 of them will actually get the chance to attack this turn. That being the officer and the guy next to him. And the officer is actually going to action dodge, and the guy next to him is going to attack the barricade. Okay. I feel kind of silly when I go through and I -1 on each of their hit points, to be honest, guys. I feel a little bit silly. A little bit silly, goofy. Okay, the barricade is down to 37 hit points. And it's not going to like break apart like it's a video game. It's just that sections of it are going to start no longer being able to be stand upon, and then slowly it'll turn to rubble, and then that rubble will be climbed over. Maximus is going to skip his turn. For a second, I thought it was like Maximus the character. I was like, oh, I wonder what he's going to do. Okay, and then these guys are going to spread out a little bit.
It's pretty realistic.
Yeah, bonk, bonk, bonk. Corvus.
Corvus is fucking sweating. being unable to fireball. This is,
True.
like, the most
God, look how
popular
clustered
one.
up there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. I want to cone of cold them so
You
bad.
could dispatch that whole
I
fucking
wanna
force with a single
fucking-
perfectly placed fireball. Or orb them.
I want to shoot him off the fucking bridge, man. I want to push him
But
off.
when instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shoot a crossbow bolt because I'm gonna pretend like I was really winded after that one frostbite.
Dude,
I don't want them
this
to
is the
know that I'm like,
stupidest encounter. You guys are like role playing as like a level 1 party. It's so fucking
Yeah.
funny. It's so
Gotta
good.
be.
I
It's
shoot
so
one
good.
crossbow bolt.
I shoot one, and now I'm winded. Okay, Demavin is gonna sit in the corner and
that
fight.
cantrip took all of it out of me.
Oh, that's so funny, Zenius. What are you gonna do?
This guy's dodging, so I'm gonna shoot
Yeah.
the guy behind him.
Yeah, the orange one? Or the
no,
other
the,
purple one?
The purple guy. Oh,
Behind him, yeah. Okay.
The purple guy
Purple
behind
guy
the
mentioned.
dodging officer.
Come on,
This
Blake.
guy?
Why you mentioned Five Nights at
Yeah,
Freddy, man?
that guy.
I did
that
it last
misses.
time we did this.
Yeah, I know. And
What?
I asked you again. What? I stand by what I said.
Mentioning?
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Okay, these guys are gonna just gather on this bank, and they're gonna start gathering stones from the river.
So they could throw at us.
I didn't say that. I just said they're gathering stones. Anton's Anton's guys are all gonna attack. That is 2 warhammers on the officer. Oh, those both hit. Oh, wait, he is
Have
dodging.
you guys seen the
That's still a hit.
clips from the Chinese-Indian border?
Yeah, where they use like sticks and stones and like riot shields and shit to fight.
Yeah, and like actual sticks and stones. I
Yeah.
saw like, an amazing clip of that with Mountain Blade music put over it.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
They're like, actually standing in like Mountain Blade formations.
All right, the orange group is gonna pull
There's
back a
only
bit.
3 attacks.
Yeah, they don't have multi-attack unless they're mounted.
Um,
You guys are taking like
Wait,
ultra specialized mounted troops and putting them on the ground, which is resulting in both sides being like incredibly soy. The attackers are soy and the defenders are soy.
Oh yeah, did you remember that the one guy on the enemy team had disadvantage?
For that round that it applied, I did, yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Tiberius, it's your turn. This is being fought like tribal warfare, where it's like you go forward, you do your little thing, then you retreat back to your homies, and then you go back. Like, it's so silly. Okay,
I'm
Tiberius.
gonna shoot the blue commander.
Okay. That hits. You guys are being very dishonorable right now
by pretending we're weak.
by targeting officers.
Is that
Grania.
dishonorable?
Not for you guys, you're Mythosians, you don't give a fuck, but for Tabrashan warrior culture, yeah.
Is this guy?
And why is he in the front?
Because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to lead from the front.
These guys are
Supposed
more
to
or
leave
less
from the front
armored.
without getting
They're going
targeted.
to
I'm in
die
the front, you dare
To
hit
answer
me.
your question, Dodo, they're all equally armored.
They should just make a squad out of officers and nobody can hit them.
They
It's
can, it's just
invincible.
you're not supposed to target them
Genius.
with ranged weapons.
Alright, I'm gonna chilling touch this guy.
Alrighty.
Ooh,
That hits, and yeah, as he's picking up a rock, like spectral hand reaches and pokes him in the eye and starts to choke him. Jesus, it's just so fucked, dude. It's such a horrifying thing. There's just fucking spectral hands floating around the
Yeah,
battlefield choking people.
necromancy.
Yeah, Primius.
I wonder how Rena's might would have acted.
She would have spun around looking for a necromancer, losing her fucking mind.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
Oh my
cast
God.
an actual
Good versus
spell.
undead targets.
oh my god.
You're gonna cast what?
We're doing so well, why?
The whole spell is so stupid. It's good against dead targets, but at the same time, it's necrotic damage, which undead targets are very often resistant to.
I'm gonna
Who designed
target
this shit?
the purple commander, and
You
I'm
do?
going to
Dodging?
command him to betray.
Um,
I don't
Does
think
that
that'll
work?
work.
I don't think so. I think that's too complex.
Can you get him to jump into the water?
I think you can
Dive.
do that. You can tell him
Wait.
to approach, and he will approach you by the shortest and most direct route. So you could get him to fall into the water.
Yeah, but you won't.
You
take
need to just
directly
take
off the
actual
command.
enchantment spells that do the thing that you want it to do, and stop using command like it is a 5th level spell. But you can tell him to
Betray,
approach.
I don't
which-
even think you can I don't even think suggestion can make a guy turn on his people.
I think,
No, it can't.
yeah, I
What
think
is it?
suggestion has a specific carve out that says you can't cause him to harm other people.
I don't know what spell it is.
I think
Alright,
Gaius
I'll
works
say-
though.
It's like
But yes, you can
I'll
do
say-
approach.
control or
Suggestion
I'll
says
do
not
approach.
directly harm, but like
Approach. Alrighty. Now you do have glowing eyes, so that's not a surprise that you can cast a spell of first level. That's not super crazy. So it's a whiz save for this officer. That is a pass, I believe.
He passes.
It's Jover. It's so Jover. Okay.
Yeah.
These knights are we're gonna get 2 warhammers against the barrier. Then they're gonna use their movement, so they will take opportunity attacks by the boys on the walls, which both missed. Unfortunate.
They'll take 1 damage from the caltrops.
They will take 1 damage from the caltrops. We never forget that 1 damage. That's the shit that changes everything. And then these guys
I want
move
one
forward.
of them to die.
That is impossible. That will not happen. Okay, so the barrier takes a total of 25 damage during that turn.
Can this guy stop
I forgot
critting,
about the
Hakon?
officer.
Can he turn off a crit sheet, please?
sorry, my bad. Oh, the officer gets 2 attacks. Holy shit. Alright, so that's a total of 34 damage by the fucking purple team. Holy shit, from the top rope. Alright, we are at 3 HP on the barrier until parts of it start breaking off.
No.
Maximus remains in his. That'd be sick if you guys had men. You're just healing the barrier as they attack it. Okay.
Except that man has a casting time of 1 minute.
Oh, that's so sad.
Does it really?
The green group starts collecting rocks. Corvus.
Is this officer still dodging?
No.
Do it, bro.
But he was like
Fireball.
low, right?
Kill them all.
Oh wait, no, it's that guy. How far is he away?
It's quite distant.
How high am I up?
You are up 20 feet.
Okay, so he's within 120 feet.
I think so.
So
Fireball
I'm
their
gonna-
horses.
Bro.
No, I'm gonna use one of the
You're
magic
actually
missile
the
scrolls.
devil on his shoulder.
I'm gonna use one of the magic missile scrolls
Yeah.
to magic missile the officer that's
The orange one?
rolled really low.
Okay.
Yeah, the orange one.
Sure.
Want to.
You want to fireball. Do it. Do it.
Now,
I know I
killing a
want.
retreat.
Okay, you hit him in the back with 3 magic missiles. He doubles over. He's incredibly injured. He's like limping away. Demovid remains in cover.
Wait. Magic missile's evocation.
Yeah,
The scroll. Is that
but it's a scroll, so you can't use your wizard features on it. Sorry, I know you're thinking of your evocation wizard subclass. Yes.
Of any wizard evocation
Spell you cast, yeah. You're not casting it, you're using
Yeah.
a scroll.
Not.
Okay, I'm not sure if I thought this counted as me casting.
Nope. Zenius, what are you doing?
Is the officer dodging again?
No?
Oh, he's getting shot at.
Okay. It's a different officer now, so. That hits.
Isn't this purple? He's still purple.
Yeah, he's still purple, but he was never the one that dodged. That was orange that did the dodge action, I think. Oh, no, you're right. He did do a dodge action the first turn he got there. You were right. I forgot about that. Okay. Red boys have rocks. They are now throwing improvised weapons, which are just going to be strength checks. Not at the barrier, but at your boys, at your fellas. So,
my
strength,
boys.
strength, 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 strength. We need
Did I
one
do like 1 damage?
1 hit.
Is
Holy
it
shit.
disadvantage?
Why would it be a disadvantage?
Because they're not
Improvised
proficient
weapons,
in
and they're not
improvised
proficient
weapons.
in it.
What do you mean? Why do you think they're not proficient in improvised weapons?
Because
It does 1d4 damage.
That's a special feat.
It
There's a
does
special feat
1d4
for that.
damage.
They all
One of your boys on the
bar
barricade
fights.
gets hit by a pebble. I'm sorry. He takes 3 damage. His temp HP is reduced by 3.
Away.
I know.
Oh
I'm
my
so sorry.
God.
I'm so sorry,
It's
guys.
over.
Retreat!
Run!
Holy shit! Okay, your guys on the wall dink the fuck out of their officer. They like dent his helmet inward. Like that guy is brain damage. That's CTE right there. Holy. Oh my god.
my God,
That's not
another
a
hit.
crit, but you hit another guy. The purple boys are fucking getting routed. Jesus. Okay. Devastai remains in cover. The orange boys are getting the fuck out of here. They go, they mount their. Technically, this would take like 2 rounds, but actually no, because it would take 2 rounds. But they're out of there. They're bouncing. Orange boys are out of here. Blue boys haven't even really engaged at all, so they're just gonna gather together. Yeah. Okay, Tiberius.
I'm gonna shoot
Kill
the
that
purple
That
officer.
is your name.
Kill him.
You go to fire the crossbow, and the little crossbow string, as you wind it up, it just snaps. It just completely snaps, and you have to go take your backup string out of your pouch and start to restring the crossbow. It's a whole thing. Grania.
I'll do the exact same thing.
That hits. You know, it just keeps gripping him. It was gripping him last turn, it grips him this turn. It just holds onto his throat, full strength, choking him. Permius.
This guy still? The red?
The red
officer?
guy's still getting choked, yeah.
Arrowing this guy. Or longbowing, I guess.
Should we get our blue guys to go throw their javelins?
You can have your red guys throw javelins. You can have anyone throw javelins if you want, yeah. Okay, purple
Well,
group.
the red guys are occupied by stabbing.
That is true. Okay, purple guy is withdrawing.
Okay,
His
that's
movement speed is
45. I
reduced,
guess they
though.
couldn't quite make it.
And then he's
I
going
guess
to
they could make like one salvo of
Yeah, I had to actually
javelins
disengage
and then
or be
retreat
dead.
again.
The purple group as a whole, though, is going to stay engaged. So that's -1/-1 on those two guys. They're going to keep slamming at the barrier. This is probably the turn the barrier starts to actually starts to fall apart. That is 2 hits, 3 damage. Yep. All right.
Oh, no.
So when the barrier HP reaches 0, what's going to start happening is that sections of the wall that are being stood on are no longer viable to stand on because the foundation of the barrier starts to break. So this one, the one at the top left of the barrier, needs to make a dex save to see if he can get down without falling. He manages to successfully scramble backwards. Anton moves out of the way, and that section of the barrier is no longer standable, so you can't attack down from it. And that will begin to happen with each of them as they take more damage. Maximus stays in. Do you guys want Maximus to throw javelins? They only have 2 volleys. Each group has 2 volleys, so.
Oh,
I think
no,
if we
then
could
should-
kill one of their officers, that would be huge.
I don't think we need that javelin.
We can't hit them.
I mean, if you want to start doing insane amounts of damage, you just send Primius to the front line, because then you have an actually, competent melee fighter on the front line. But...
Oh, start casting real spells.
Well,
I mean, Zidnius does a good amount of damage. He doesn't have multi-attack, but Kalamrasa does some.
True, actually. You could send Zednius up there, do his little fancy sword shit. Okay, I'm going to say they stay in the bush then. These guys are going to throw rocks. Strength checks, basically.
Remius, what's your AC right now?
21.
2 hits! Holy shit! That's 2d4. Alright, one of your guys gets clonked in the head for 6 damage. Corbus.
Kill the purple guy.
Oh, the orange guy is entirely gone, huh?
Yeah, they just left because their officer almost died.
Purple
Half
guy's
the guys were
hurting.
injured.
Red officer has been hit twice by Granius.
Yeah, by getting choked by fucking
You said
spectral
the
hits.
purple guy is
into-
hurting?
The purple
Okay.
officer is
I
incredibly
recovered
injured, yeah.
Yeah, I recovered a whole round.
Yeah, so now you
I
can do
totally
your...
cast the spell again.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead at that guy.
Dude,
Ooh,
this
big
is
one.
peak roleplaying.
See,
You're
Toll
roleplaying
the
in the
Dead is good 'cause
combat
they all
encounter.
took 1 damage.
That's so fucking funny. Okay,
They
the
all
officer
took 1 damage,
makes a whiz save. So what happens? He takes
Take
17.
17 necrotic damage.
What's the description of this spell again?
He just hears I think it's just he hears a painful sound that makes him wither. It
Oh my
reminds him
god!
of
So yeah,
some
you guys
already
watch
heard
as
it does
this
more
officer's
damage.
stumbling away. He grabs his chest and looks up at the sky, like that one fucking gif of the guy staring at the heavens. You know exactly the one. And then as he clutches his chest, he
I actually
plunges
don't.
backwards. It's the one. I'll send it when I remember. Willem Dafoe when he's staring at the sky. It's
That one.
that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Dota sent it. But yeah, he stares at the heavens and then he grabs his chest and then he plunges backwards, dead. The purple officer dies, clutching at his
Oh my
chest.
god. Heart for suchness.
What a
These
horrible death.
depressions are fighting dirty, man. We're fighting dirty over here.
Zednius, what are you doing?
I was about to say, I think Demovid
I
would be good for him to
cholesterol.
step out and start throwing javelins.
Yeah,
I'm
you want to do
gonna
that?
tink this officer.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. The blue boys will be pushing forward as their movement and then flinging javelins across the river. These will be at disadvantage, but we'll get a volley of javelins.
A full
that is a hit.
Oh, 1 hit.
Um,
Does an 18 hit?
16.
I think a 20 does hit, so that's 1. 18 does not hit. 16 also doesn't hit. But yeah, one guy gets a javelin, it'd be the second guy in the borderline, so that's actually the officer. So the guys are getting choked by the fucking thing. He gets a javelin in the shoulder as well. Damn. Okay. Yeah, he's fucked up, so he's gonna retreat personally, but he'll yell at his men, keep fighting. So I'm gonna make a charisma check to see if he can convince them that they should keep doing it while he runs away. He works. It works. They throw rocks still. They're gonna throw some. Let me make sure he moved his full distance as well.
You just skipped my turn, by the way.
Oh, I did. You're right. Thank you.
Okay, and
No,
Oh,
no.
7
no.
damage.
Whoa!
On this guy.
That's crazy. Oh, on that guy. Okay. Alrighty, that's huge. Okay, the red boys, they're gonna throw some rocks. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, they should cluster closer together so they can throw the rocks
Bing.
better. Bing. That is 1 rock hit. This is a critical rock hit, so it's 2d4. Still haven't got through the temp HP, but we're working on it. Okay, Anton will. Do you want to get involved, Zednius, in melee?
If he opens up a spot, I'll run in there.
Okay, then he will have. Technically, it's going to be your ready to action because if you pulled back now, the enemy would be able to scramble onto the position. But this guy, so I'm going to mark him with a lightning bolt. This guy will have his action ready to pull back when you approach him, and that's like his turn. He's just going to get ready to pull back. The other guy, though, is going to swing his warhammer, which hits. Oh shit! 7 bludgeoning. And the other guy's going to try to get a really awkward angle, like lance stab. Honestly, I forgot that he had a lance on him, so he should have been doing this earlier as well. But okay. Demastaya, blue boys. There's not a lot of room there. There's not a lot of room. They just don't have the thing that they can do. Okay, this guy's gonna move behind his men. That's the major change. That's how they change shit up. And then they're gonna, do that. Tiberius.
Is there the tiniest angle to attack this green commander?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I would say he probably has like +2 AC though, because it's like partial cover.
Then we're gonna shoot this first purple guy then.
Okay. That misses. That hits, like, that matches, so it misses. It just ping off the shield of the soldier. I guess lodges in the shield. Grania, who are you choking now?
There's still an angle.
Is there? Oh my god, there is! Dude, this is the second time you choked a retreating man.
okay, and
Granny
Dishonorable.
Alright, I'll chill and touch that guy way off.
Alrighty.
No!
That misses. It like scratches at his helmet and he like screams out into Brasha, "Dear God, someone help me!" Premius.
Yeah, I'll shoot at purple guys.
Okay. That hits, and that hits. It's 2 good hits too. Oof, oof, jeez. He's getting arrows to the side. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Mickey Mouse surprised.
All right, this guy pushes up here. This guy pushes over here, so it's another damage on him. And now we're just having all-out brawls. We're doing 2 Warhammer attacks on that. We're doing a Warhammer attack on the other guy. These are directly on the people. These aren't even targeting the barricade. All of those miss, though. Maximus stays in his bush. Green, they're throwing rocks, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Every single one of them misses. Corvus.
You know what the drill? It's crossbow attack turn.
All right, who we crossbowing?
I have a good line of sight on this guy, so that's the
Perfect.
option.
Punk. You fire it from your crossbow. You hit it straight into his shield. And Demovid and his boys are gonna pull back to the bushes.
Well, actually, I catch my finger. Like, ah!
Yeah. Truly. Like, it's so funny that this is such a high stake battle, but like this particular aspect of it, like this angle of the fight is so like low stakes. Zednius,
I'm imagining
what are
like
you
an
doing?
actual Monty Python type
Yeah.
shit happening.
Like for the guys you're fighting, this is like a real skirmish. For you guys though, this is like, okay, we have to not beat the shit out of them.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Yep, and then he
30.
retreats, and you fill in his spot.
And then column rasa on front middle. The
Yeah,
guy-
you
the
take out a
point guy.
blade that is dripping with the void.
He's like, yes, standard to brushes. What the fuck?
yeah, guy just walks forward like he looks like a normal kind of soy. I don't know, maybe even a
Well, he's
wizard, and then
got-
he just takes out a sword.
I'm not a soy. No, I'm a.
Oh, you're a
full
Giga
foot
Chad. You're
taller
like
than
6
that.
foot tall. Oh my god, I forgot. He's lined up. Who is that on?
Point guy, the front middle.
Alrighty,
I imagine whenever he
16
wears
slap
the
piercing
like
damage.
a Giga Chad scratching.
Yeah, real.
jaw.
That is canonical.
It makes me feel constantly.
Alright, they're throwing rocks at the barrier. That's 3 hits. Oh my god, they're actually gonna start killing your guys with fucking boulders, bro. All right, they still haven't got to the temp HP. They're getting there though. Alrighty. I mean, there's literally only 2 attacks that can. Or no, 3 attacks because there's 2 on the point guy. Hit. And then there's 1 lance on the guy on the side. Miss. Demestiah stays. Blue boys. I think that this is seen as like a. I think it's clear that this is not a successful strategy anymore. Just grinding onto the front. So I think that this group.
I mean, have any of our guys even gotten like actually hurt?
Yeah.
They've lost an officer, and they've gotten like multiple guys hurt real bad on their side.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is clearly not a
And
winning
we're barely
strategy,
touched.
So this
Yeah,
group
the
is going to action dash over
is
here.
gone, though.
They're going to action dash over there.
I
Tiberius.
hope you remember that some of them have -10 movements.
The blue guys don't.
Oh, okay.
They've never charged the bridge.
Purple will. Purple's the second group, and they haven't left yet.
Correct.
I'm gonna shoot the first option. Do it again.
Alrighty. It hits. Grania. Wait, I just realized I forgot to move the red officer. Sorry, one sec. That guy's gone. That guy's on his horse and fucking out of here.
Is there any angle on this with like partial cover?
There's gotta be, right?
Yeah, if you don't mind partial cover, then yeah, you could just do like move 2 steps to the right.
Right.
Oh,
here.
this rock isn't tall enough?
No.
Oh,
You
then
can just stand
you
where
shouldn't have
Zenny
cover
is
at all.
supposed to.
Well, the partial cover
Very small.
is from the person standing next to him.
Yeah, but there's like a big gap.
Oh, yeah. If you can get into that gap, then yeah, you can just do it. But remember, there's also the barricade that's like right here. Then this is tall enough
shit,
to
yeah, I
obscure
didn't see
line of
that.
sight.
Yeah, you're right.
So you have to get between the barricade and the other guy. So like right there, yeah.
Wait, this is good.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
20 feet.
20 feet.
Wait, is it here? I don't know where it is. You want me to go? But if this works without cover, then I'm moving here.
Indeed.
It's right there.
Okay.
That hits. Wait, no, it doesn't. I'm so sorry. I lied to you.
You lied to me.
I lied on main. Okay. So that misses. Primius, you see Zednius on the front lines. Will you go join him? Is it slaughtering time? Is it time to give up the charade, at least in this aspect?
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
Okay. Unfortunately, the red guys are not prepped to switch out, so it will be a round delay, but you could get over to the bridge and they could switch out with you on their turn.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Did he not hold his action for them to run away? And
Yeah,
then
he
run
could do
up
that.
there?
That's why I said, like, he goes over to the bridge and then he holds his action to replace them.
Okay.
But it's
You
still
don't
going to be
wanna
like a round
scare
delay on
that-
that.
Premiers, if you don't want to scare the ever-living shit out of them, you could not set your sword on fire immediately.
I mean, yeah, again, you guys don't need to pretend like you're like little bearers that can't defend yourself, just that there's not a war mage, because then that guy will be targeted with like every single weapon that they have at their disposal.
Yeah,
so
but
yeah,
if they
they're
can
going
tell
to
you
do
like a high-level pylon already and so that's
Yeah,
also
maybe.
like scary.
2 Warhammers on
Scary, but
Zednius.
it's not like war mage. Scary.
It's just not the same. Yeah, no melee guy will ever be as scary as one war mage. Yeah, 2 Warhammers on Zednius.
Like this
All
encounter
of
like
this.
3 turns ago.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah,
just
I know,
it's
right?
just not the same.
It's taking all of them to just.
And then this is going to be a lance, and every
fireball
single one
on
of
the
those misses.
horses.
All right there.
Yeah, okay. Maximus stays in
Horse
cover.
bacon.
The green group is
Meeting spec on the main
gonna
horse.
throw all of these rocks are targeting Zednius.
One hit.
1 hit. It's so Jover for Zednius, bros. Oh.
Oh no.
Okay. Red boys, their officers withdrawn. This one's gonna start. These 2 guys are gonna start dragging this officer back, like from the river, so they can move 30 feet there. And these 2 are gonna throw rocks at at the defenders. No, those don't hit. Gorvis.
It's time for another frostbite, I guess.
You could hit them with a level 1 spell.
Whoa.
I don't want to waste my.
But shouldn't he save his level 1 spell for the actual fight?
Alrighty. Con save. Failure.
And this
And 8 cold damage. And I will mark him with his little cold damage mark. Okay. Demovid is going to remain in cover.
Obvious my hands
Zednius.
are cold.
Is here. It's because my
Swinging
hand-
at the point guy again. With oh god, where is it? Oh, yeah.
That misses. It's 18. On Anton's turn, this guy will pull back and swap places with Primius. And the people who can attack is 2 lances, 1 hit, and then 1 Warhammer attack. And that also hits. And that is going to not bloody anyone technically, but steadily whittling away at the purple group. The blue group is going to move to here. And this one is going to start prodding the water with their lance to check its depth. Tiberius.
Yeah, the close purple dude again. I'm gonna shoot out.
Okay. That hits. And Grania.
Sitting.
Okay. Miss. Primius. You're on the front
Yeah,
line.
I'm speaking the keyword. I'm doing it.
All right, your blade ignites in flame. The guy in front of you is now spreading his attention between, like the point man, spreading his attention between you and Zednius, unsure of, who's more threatening. Both of those
Well,
hit.
probably Primius.
Yeah, probably. Alrighty.
Oh,
now
he's
all
got
that
the
is actual
smite.
damage. So 16 on the first one, 11 and 5 on the second one. He is immediately bloodied as your blade just cuts through the top half of his shield and plunges into his armor. And that is going to be enough for them to retreat. Their officer's dead. Now they're getting fucking stabbed by a paladin. The first guy kind of stumbles backwards. The other ones are forced to follow. And their movement speed is reduced. So they're all going to action disengage, but they're only able to move 20 feet. And they all take 1 damage as they pull back. Alrighty. It's kind of spooky. A paladin with a flaming sword, standing atop a broken barricade. It's a little bit freaky.
Next to a necrotic sword guy.
Yeah, they're gonna throw a bunch of rocks at Zednius.
Light and dark. You're throwing him at me?
Yeah, you get hit for 3 damage.
Oh my god.
The red boys are gonna, seeing the purple boys break, they're gonna pull back and all start bringing their officer back to the horses. Corvus.
That's not their officer. Their officer dipped. That's the.
Oh, you're right.
orange
Yeah, it's the purple officer.
Oh, it's the purple officer.
Yeah. Orbius.
Already.
These rounds are quick.
Crossbow.
Okay.
This guy.
What are the blue guys doing over here? Just chilling?
No, they're checking the depths of the river over there with their lances.
Oh.
Maybe I'll hit a single attack.
Nope.
No.
Zednius.
Crossbow this dying guy.
Alrighty. Luckily, his wounds were pre-cauterized, so he's not going to bleed out. It planks against his armor. Anton himself will kind of push you, Primius, if you let him, onto the barricade so that you can really raise your flaming sword.
Yeah, I'll do
All right.
that.
Make me an intimidation check, Primius.
I've been waiting for you to say that.
Yeah,
As you
were
get up, you lift up your
misspeaks.
arm, you hold your blade, you prepare to shout out at them, and then the barricade shifts underneath you. You kind of tumble forward. You have to use your blade. You stab your blade into the barricade as it burns, and a couple little bits of the barricade begin to ignite. Luckily, they'll get stamped out by Anton and others, but it turns the climactic moment into oh fuck, don't set the bridge on fire. So it, less than intimidating.
Also, his voice cracks.
Retreat! Alrighty. This blue boy is going to step foot in the river, continuing to poke the bottom with his lance. And they're all holding on to him to keep him from getting pulled away by the tide. Tiberius.
I'm going to shoot this blue boy.
Alrighty. Miss.
Nope.
Flunks into the water. Grania.
Okay.
That hits. The guy lifts his visor. He's just about to say something to Primius, and then like the claw slams it back down and begins to like try to push in through his visor. Primius, what do you want to do as your action?
I'm running forward and trying to kill them all.
Oh, that's gonna be 3 damage
Oh, right.
as you go across the caltrops. Also difficult terrain on the horse, which they've been having to deal with as well. And there's a tripwire there.
And minus 10 feet because.
And minus 10 feet because caltrop.
All right,
That's
so
your
I'll
wife.
just... Oh, fuck, we did too
Don't
good
do
of a
it.
job.
Did too good of a job. You
No, this is
you
what we
sheathe
wanted.
your sword. You fire 2 longbow shots. Who are you firing them at?
This guy.
Both those hit. As
That's
he
what we wanted,
retreats, yeah, that is what you wanted. Your second arrow plunges into his back and drops dead. It pierces through his armor. That's one of those times where like point blank direct fire longbow just pierces through his splint, and he just drops dead, like hugging, like breathing painfully. And these guys are going to retreat 60 feet, dragging the body of their friend with them. Maximus remains in cover. The green boys. We're just going to roll contested charisma at this point. The officer trying to convince his men to charge at the flaming paladin, and then you with intimidation. Oh, I think they're going in. Unless you roll like a nat 20, I think we're going for a round 3. Yeah, they're going for a round 3. Go, 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 go. All right, that's 1 damage on that guy.
I want Maximus and his boys to go up on the hill and like chuck their spears at these guys.
They will do that. That's an action dash. 1 damage on that guy. Action dash, 1 damage on this guy, and then the officer moves in, 1 damage on that guy, and only 2 of these guys moved less than 30 feet, so they both get attacks. On to Primius. Warhammer.
1 hit.
For 11 bludgeoning. Alright. The red boys, they're withdrawing this turn. They're carrying a dead officer in their arms. They're pulling out. They're out of here. Corvus.
Yep. The officer of the Green Boys is about to take a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my. Okay.
Because I'm tolling the dead.
And he has been injured because he stepped on a caltrop, so he takes 10 damage.
Yeah.
He looks up at the heavens as a boom, and he starts to clutch his chest, and he says into Brashin, like, where is that? What's happening? All right. Demovid's boys remain in cover. Zednius.
Swing at this guy.
Yep, you swing Kalamrasa, and you've never... You've used Kalamrasa a couple times, but this is the first time you've used it extensively. And as you swing it, Hethagal kind of harmonizes with the blade as it slices through the air. He seems to enjoy the act of killing with this weapon. Alrighty. Anton is going to remain in... Oh, no, sorry. Anton's the Bridge Boys. They're going to Lance and Warhammer. And the Warhammer clonks their opponent in the head. And then Demostia remains in the bush. Wait, when does Maximus go? Oh, I see. And then Blue Boys forward a little bit further, forming a sort of human chain, if you will. Tiberius.
Let's see. Tiberius is going to...
Is this guy's head above water? The bottom guy?
Yeah, his head's a little bit above water. He's up to basically like his just below his shoulders.
We're just gonna move up here.
How
And
tall
that's-
is this cliff?
Oh, that's like a 20-foot.
Okay, so they would have, if this does the work, they have to go this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tiberius, you could be real cheeky. You could be like Gaius, like let go and just let the fucking tide like take you away.
I'll take the minute to cast.
Oh,
You could
tragic.
intimidate him.
Yeah, the very intimidating foppish bard with the beautiful hair.
Would minor illusion to have like a bear roaring?
I mean, that could make him
Without
jump
the-
for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna minor illusion to try and make him jump.
But not like kill him, just make him scared.
Just
Like maybe they lose their grip and let go of this bottom guy.
Yeah.
Even if one guy let go of his grip, it doesn't matter because the way that they have it is where like one guy's grabbing the other guy's wrist, the other guy's like they both have to let go due to like a bear roar, but so I don't think that seems very unlikely. I guess the way I'll do it is I'll just make charisma, or I guess it'd be wisdom, and if there's like a nat 1 on both of them, then they'll let go of him, because that's like, yeah, okay, that's gonna be super unlikely that they both let go just because they hear a loud noise. But they will look behind them, and the officer like kind of, you know, pats them on the arms and says, pay attention, don't let them distract you. Grania.
Hold on, I'm reading something.
Oh shit.
Because no one believes them, now we start whipping out the bell.
What happens if I hypnotic pattern them in the water?
I think it says incapacitated, right?
Until they take damage, so they will all let go. And then
Yeah, they would let
probably
go,
sink.
and then they would tumble down river, and the first stone they impact would immediately cause it to get broken.
But they're in plate, right? So they'll,
Correct.
They're kind of fucked.
Yeah. It'd just be going through like a... I mean, maybe they'll survive, but it'll be hundreds of feet down river, not here at the bridge. They'd be going through like
Okay.
a washing machine.
I could do that then. Any objections?
Nope.
Do a little
Same
washing
besides-
Get...
Is the reinforcement tomorrow or tonight? I would.
Not
because
it's in like an... It's
spells.
5
not gonna get
hours
a
from
short
now
rest,
is when the
so I don't
huge
know.
battle's happening, yeah.
I can regain a spell slot once per long rest.
branch.
And it costs an action, so I usually don't want to use it in combat anyway.
So are you action dashing and prepping for a hypnotic pattern next turn?
No, because it's only 120 feet. So
Oh,
I can
yep,
piss.
there you go. Okay. I'll start making the whiz saves. I think that is 2 failures, which are the 2 that you wanted to fail, which is the officer. Actually, no, those are not the 2 you wanted to fail. It's the officer and one of the knights on the bank, so... so
Doesn't that mean they have no footing on the bank?
no, there's 3 of them on the bank. There's only... And one of the guys is just in the water up to, like...
This guy is on the bank. This
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah,
Those are
half...
insane fucking rolls for +1, dude. Kill
Yeah. Yeah. Those were real good rolls.
But he's the only one holding the 2 guys in the river.
Well, okay, to be clear, this is the only one that's actually being swept away by the tide. This guy's up to about his mid-thighs in the water, but he's still, like, firmly planted on the ground. This is the one that would actually be swept away by the tide fully. It's just that, you know, he has 2 guys holding on to him. But for sure, it's a bit more rickety. Like, if you guys had, like, a gust of wind or something, that would certainly make it a lot more hard, but... Premius.
Did somebody say gust of wind? aka
Yeah.
the scroll I have?
Well, good luck
aka
getting
it
over
only
there.
allows it to cast from me directly, mad good.
Yeah, Premius.
Alright. The guy to my left.
Alrighty, both of those hit. 16 misses.
Oh, I forgot to add this as well. That would have gone off.
Oh. How does that change the thing?
They just deal some damage.
Oh!
Does that break them out of it?
It
No,
would.
we ruled that it applies before.
Not.
We talked about this.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, I forgot. I thought this was a different feature. Yeah, cool. They also take 7 damage.
Because the damage is applied prior to the effect of the spell.
Yeah. Okay. Is that just for people who failed it? Failed the saving throw? Any area you cast deal, including non-damaging, yeah. So it's all of them. Okay, great. You, I think, bloody the guy next to you on the bridge. Let me double check. Yeah, bloody him. And then Maximus's group is going to action dash up onto the hill and start pulling out javelins to throw down into the river. And then the green boys on the bridge, we're gonna have a charisma check. Make me an intimidation check, Permeus.
And I got one
Alrighty,
'cause I got
that's enough for them.
proficiency.
They're done with that one. They're gonna start to pull back. And they take, they're disengaging, of course. So they take, yeah, Zednius. They run away from Permeus, and then you raise your sword and like, yeah, me too.
No,
It's actually even more frightening.
I'm
Like, the
scared.
guy
Here,
isn't that
okay? I got a higher
dangerous.
modifier. Okay?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's because it's
I
like
should be
Zednius isn't
allowed
that
to
scary,
make
but the
charisma.
sword, the sword is like fucked
True,
up.
yeah, you hold up a blade dripping with darkness, and also I guess it's a void. It's like of Hetegal, so it also sucks up anything it cuts. So the blood of the things that it struck. It's just funny because
I just wanna
Prometheus
be
killed like 2
able to
people.
use rolls.
No, yeah, for sure. They retreat. It's just they were already retreating, so it's just adding a cherry
know.
on top.
Just, upsetty spaghetti.
I'm sorry, buddy. Corbus.
No, I'm better at melee. Fuck.
Fuck. Corbus.
This hurt guy.
Yeah.
He's about to have some ding dong ding dong. If I can find the spell on my list, there we go.
Oh, jeez.
Bing bong.
Jeez Louise. Okay, goddamn, yeah, he starts to clutch at his chest, like, you know, blood spits out of his mouth as he says, "The bells! The bells!" Demovid remains. Zednius, you want to hunt him down? Then you could get your real revenge.
Yeah, what's that? Is that literally called like the Hounds of Oblivion?
Yeah.
I'm not
He just-
gonna fucking.
he just
use
thinks
that
that
right
he's
now,
hearing
Jesus
that.
Christ.
No.
How hurt is this guy?
He's pretty hurt, but not. I mean, he just got bloodied by a Primius and then got hit by
Okay,
the
I
bells.
won't kill him by attacking him, so I'm not gonna chase.
Alrighty, Anton's
If he
group
was like
remains
at
on the
1
bridge.
HP, I would try to get Callum Ross some blood, you know.
Yeah, Anton's group remains on the bridge, celebrating, cheering and jeering. These guys remain in cover. The blue group are gonna, they're gonna start to extricate themselves from the river, which takes basically the full turn, as they pull the boys out, and then with movement and then action can roust their officer. And the last thing that's going to happen here is you guys get a couple pot shots off, but I don't think anyone else is going to die because they are withdrawing now. Almost every single person, actually, yeah, literally every single person in that attacking force took damage. Only a couple casualties, but I guess only a couple deaths, but a lot of casualties. So,
Because of the caltrops, right?
actually, yes, that did damage like 4 people who would have taken no damage otherwise. Tiberius, do you want to
I
take
think
a
some
couple
of the red
pot shots?
guys on the bank didn't take
Yeah, I
damage.
would take
There were 2 of them on the bank that didn't take any damage, yeah. 2 of the whole force, I guess. I did. Okay. And then they're going to retreat to their horses, and they're going to withdraw.
And now I fireball the up.
So, before we wrap it up, do you guys want to push that dead horse off the bridge, or is that remaining there?
I think that's staying.
We
there.
should push
Okay.
it off, I think.
Oh,
What? Why not leave it?
Wait, why do we want to leave it?
Because
Because
it's
it
making it
blocks,
difficult
makes it
terrain.
harder for
Difficult terrain?
yes,
Do they still
definitely.
take caltrip damage walking over the dead horse?
I have been ruling it that way, but it probably shouldn't actually. That doesn't
Yeah,
make
actually,
much
must-
sense. So
Yeah,
you may
yeah.
want to push the horse off if you still want to get caltrops there.
Yeah, because I think
We can move
if
just to
Corvus
the other
pulls in
side,
the dead,
right?
it's nice to have that
let's
1
move the
HP
horse.
damage.
Let's
Okay.
move the horse to like over here.
All right, you guys.
Yeah, move it to the
You
end.
climb down from the barricade, you pull little caltrops out of the horse flesh, and then you push the horse to form a corpse, the beginning of a corpse wall.
That's
and
like a gigantic like blood dragging marks.
Yeah, and
Do we have any equipment to perform maintenance on the wall?
you can do some repairs, but it's not going to be substantial enough for it to matter by the time the next wave comes. My main question, because actually no, we'll save that for next week. So you celebrate your victory over this first wave. Anton will look at you and Zednius and Primius, and he'll say,
I didn't realize that you were soldiers, frontline soldiers as well. I thought you were the magic types.
Some of us, but I, on the other hand, prefer to get personal.
Those swords are certainly unique.
They're a family heirloom.
I'm in both of yours.
Oh, both of them.
I've never-
Yes.
This
I've-
one.
I've never seen a
Oh,
blade
yes.
that drips with shadow.
Yeah, I've put mine away.
yeah,
Yeah,
well, yours
I'll say
like
honestly,
disappears, right? Because it's a packed weapon.
If that's how you rule it, yeah.
I think so. Yeah, you
go
can
for
just
the
make it
pocket
disappear if
dimension.
you want.
Okay, because I'm not a hexblade, so
No,
it's
that's not
like
required for
technically a
hexblade. Yeah.
Okay.
What were you saying, Hecko?
Or Pact of the Blade.
I was saying, as we're like reconvening, I also said,
Yeah.
I can't. I didn't even know that Zednis could do that either.
Well,
Just slandering him a little bit.
next week we will continue the Battle of Mithdosica Bridge, and in these upcoming engagements, we are likely to use our full force. That was a force of. It may have not have felt like it, but that was a force of 30 men that you guys just saw off, and it was pretty one-sided. Like they didn't particularly damage you very much, and you killed 2 people, injured another 10. So what's likely to come next is going to be a much more aggressive response from Huba's riders. So we'll deal with that and the rest of the Battle of Mithdosica Bridge, and maybe even Ostatic next time. So any final words before we bounce out?
We did it. Let's go.
We did it. We held them back. Let's fucking go, dude. That was the weirdest combat I've ever run. You guys were like pulling your punches so hard. It was so funny. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So.